One more last call for those students that are getting a failed grade this morning already, starting out strong. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for our policy meetings this week out here in Steamboat Springs. It's beautiful. I'm happy to have us here. So before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and start us with the Pledge of Allegiance. So don't sit down for those of you that haven't sat down yet. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out today to join us. If you don't know me, my name is Brittany Dixon. I'm the Executive Director of Club 20. Actually, it's a shorter day than we normally have of meetings because we're trying out this new format. So any and all feedback on this new format is always helpful for us. We're trying it out this time. Not sure this is what we're going to always go with, but we will take notes and figure out what works best for you all. A couple of housekeeping items. We do have snacks and coffee in the back there, and some hot water, Chris Trees for your tea. We do have the restrooms. You're going to take 2 rights to get into the restrooms. Down the hall, take a right, take your first right again, and there's 2 restrooms there for you. Be careful. These tables, some of them, especially up here in the front, are plugged in. So if you need a cord or to plug anything in, the table should be working. Brad is using it perfectly after he found a table that was plugged in. He chose the one that wasn't. But if you're wondering how to, wrap up a cord or plug it in, Brad should be an expert at this point, so go to him. Our staff is a little bit injured, so we can't move so fast. So you'll probably get it done before we do.
Cameron can.
Oh,
Cameron can move fast, so call on her.
Cameron's speedy. So she can help you out. Good morning. We are going to go ahead and start with some updates from our federal folks. But before we do that, I want to do a big round of applause for all of our committee sponsors, all of our venue sponsors, and everybody that supports us, including you guys for coming out here and joining us for a good day of conversation. So let's do a big round of applause for all of our sponsors. And first up, I'm going to start with Hillary Henry from Senator Bennett's office. If you want to give Hillary a round of applause.
Do you want to come this way?
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in Steamboat and come up to the mountains in the summer where it's a little less hot. So great to be here. I just have a few quick updates for this morning. I think the most important thing that has happened in the Senate since the spring at the last policy meeting is that the Senate passed the reconciliation bill known as the Big Beautiful Bill by President Trump. I think Senator Bennett has some very significant concerns about this bill, some of which relate directly to energy and agriculture, what we're talking about today.
Hillary, can you speak up for those online?
Yeah, totally. So I think the bill extends the 2017 Trump tax cuts. That'll create tax cuts for everyone. But we will actually, because of the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP in the reconciliation bill, households in the bottom 40% of incomes nationally will actually see a decline in their revenue, where we will see that the top 10% of households in the United States will receive about 80% of the bill's value. So Senator Bennett is just very worried about this redistribution from households that are earning quite a bit and taking it primarily from people with very low incomes. The bill will increase the budget. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office expects that the bill will increase deficits by at least 3.3 billion over 10 years. Specifically for agriculture, I think the Senate Agriculture Committee oversees SNAP, which is a federal program also known as food stamps. It expands work requirements for those, but we'll see a very significant reduction in SNAP benefits for people across the state. And as part of that, there was also, that will make it much more less likely that the, farm bill will be passed this year, because SNAP gets passed as part of the farm bill, and it has an extension, it's been extended twice. Congress usually passes the farm bill every 5 years. It's had a 1-year extension twice. That extension is up at the end of September. Because of so much of this got rolled into reconciliation, it makes it, including SNAP, crop insurance, new assistance for poultry producers. So some programs, what we will likely see is an extension again, rather than a full passage of the farm bill. Senator Bennett would very much like to see a full passage of the farm bill. He sits on the Senate Ag Committee, he sits very hard on some of the provisions in there, and believes that our Colorado ag producers need the certainty that comes from a 5-year farm bill. But with some of this getting pulled into reconciliation, we're unlikely to see that this upcoming year. The other piece that's really important from the big beautiful bill for today is the clean energy provisions. The bill weakens the investments that were passed as part of the Inflation Reduction Act for clean energy, and it phases those out much more quickly than it would have normally. So what we're also seeing is that Colorado companies that were counting on those investments to start projects or in early phases of planning are unlikely to be able to see those projects to fruition. Those affect our clean energy companies, but also small sanitation water districts that we're putting in clean energy projects. We've heard from a whole range of folks that are concerned about those. And in Colorado, we could see electricity rates increase by an estimated 14 to 21%. And on average in Colorado, families are going to see an increase in household energy bills by $170 by 2030 and by $310 by 2035 because of the earlier phase out of those tax credits. So we're concerned about those provisions. We're trying to talk about the importance of keeping energy costs low, and part of that is increasing subsidies for renewables. There was at one point also going to be a tax on renewables passed as part of that bill that luckily was pulled out at the 11th hour. However, we have seen the Department of Interior just recently introduce a directive that would make it much more harder to permit renewable energy projects on federal land. So we are seeing it become much easier to permit oil and gas projects, but much more difficult for renewable energy projects. And then finally, the last thing I will say for in the energy space that we've been tracking closely is the Uinta case. This is an oil train that would drastically increase the number of oil trains along the railroad that follows the Colorado River in Colorado. Eagle County led legislation to oppose that project. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court case was primarily about NEPA rather than the merits of the case. The court did restrict how many upstream and downstream impacts that could be looked at as part of NEPA. However, Eagle County thinks that on the merits, they have a good chance of still arguing their position as it's remanded back to the lower courts. So we'll continue to watch that closely. I think Senator Bennett has been in touch with both the Biden administration and the Trump administration, talking about how important it is to protect Colorado River water as part of this and to listen to our local communities about their needs. The BLM also has, the Department of the Interior recently established a very expedited 14-day permitting authority, which is pretty unheard of. And they recently approved the Wildcat loadout facility in eastern Utah, which would also increase the amount of oil that's able to flow on Colorado train lines as part of this project. So we are expecting to see that. We are very concerned that again, there wasn't even an opportunity for Colorado communities that will see an increased risk of oil spills and waxy crude in the river, for them to even comment during that process. So that's something that we are tracking very closely. And with that, I will turn it over to the next person unless there are questions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any
Yeah,
questions?
Rachel.
Yes, thank you so much. I was just reading in the Steamboat pilot yesterday about the new proposed cuts to.
Rachel, pause, please.
Okay, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you. I was just reading in the Steamboat pilot yesterday with the state forester about these new extreme cuts. Beyond who everyone who's been fired, everyone who's taken their early retirement of billions of dollars to our Forest Service and to National Parks budget. And I'd like to know what Senator Bennett is going to do to preserve the funding we need to, take care of our guests and wildfire. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk about this. We've been really engaged on this issue and I'll talk about it tomorrow in natural resources as well, but. I think a couple of things are happening at the Forest Service right now. One is that there was a court ruling that stopped the reduction in forest plans. That ruling has been overturned, and so we are seeing that agencies again moving forward with the reduction in force. So there was a termination of probationary employees that happened earlier this year. And then there have been several rounds of the deferred resignation program and voluntary early retirement. So we have seen big reductions across the board of our Forest Service personnel. Senator Bennett is extremely worried about that we are not going to have our bathrooms, we want people to clear trails, and that all of these important forestry projects that we have on the books, so there's no one there to review those plans and to make sure that they move forward. So he's been speaking out about that. At the same time, there's also the president's budget was released recently, which has big reductions for our public land management agencies. I think in Colorado, our public lands are essential to our economies, to our way of life, and so we feel that the Forest Service needed more funding, not less. Even before this most recent budget, so Senator Bennett is doing everything he can speak up and to elevate Colorado's position. In the end, we will need Republicans to join us and help us in order to get more appropriations for those public land management agencies. But I think there's a possibility for that to happen as part of reconciliation. There's a plan to sell public lands, and in the end, senators from Idaho and Montana spoke up about the importance of public lands. And so if we see that type of support for our federal agency budgets as well, which I think is perhaps a bit more difficult than sell off, maybe we would see some changes. The president budget is of course just a proposal. It's Congress who actually funds things. And so we are tracking that closely and will continue to advocate for full funding for our public land management agencies.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Hillary? All right, let's give her a round of applause. Just leave it on the table. Next up, we're gonna have Riley Scott from Congressman Jeff Hurd's office.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be up here in Steamboat, and thanks again to Plus 20 for organizing, and really looking forward to the next 2 days. My name is Riley Scott. I am Congressman Jeff Hurd's Deputy District Director. I'm based out of our Grand Junction office and cover about 11 counties in the Western Slope, but our district obviously spans over into the Eastern Plains as well, with Pueblo and Otero County. Wanted to go off a little bit on what Hillary was talking about, that one big beautiful bill. Congressman Hurd did support that bill. There was definitely some good things in that bill that the congressman was excited about. But he did say, you know, it was not the perfect bill, and many bills that are thousands of pages long are not going to be perfect. But Congressman Hurd felt that, you know, not extending those tax cuts from 2017 was extremely important for the working families across CD3. There was a lot of great things in energy, agriculture, or border security, and other things that, you know, were really important to him. The energy production, you know, there was increased lease sales on our public lands. So in 9 western states, we are now going to be doing quarterly lease sales on that public land. There was also lowered oil and gas as well as coal royalty rates on that public land. And there's now going to be 4 million acres of coal resource land that's going to be offered up by the Secretary for additional public land coal resource extraction. Another really interesting thing that I think is exciting with the One Big Beautiful Bill on energy is the fact that now counties are going to receive revenue from solar and wind projects on public land. Most of that money was going to the US Treasury in the past, and now there's a revenue sharing mechanism between 50% going to the federal government, 25% going to states, and 25% going to counties, which is similar to the other extractive industries that are on our public lands. And wind and solar had not had that mechanism to get that money to counties, which is going to be, extremely important. And if there's decreases in other sorts of revenue or resource extraction on public land, we want to make sure that wind and solar is also contributing to that local economy with the counties, which we'll talk about more tomorrow with secure rural schools and built stuff like that. This wind and solar revenue sharing, I think, is extremely important for our counties as well. Also, in terms of agriculture, in the One Big Beautiful Bill, there was an investment of $66 billion into agriculture through this bill. There was crop insurance and other sorts of agricultural production insurance programs that received additional funding, as well as modernization of their practices to really reflect the new century and the new ways that we're doing agriculture. There's more eligibility criteria for the weather that we're seeing and the changes in that and how that's impacting our agricultural producers. And there's also increased payment rates when, crop insurance or livestock insurance is, if there is a disaster or something like that. With the livestock indemnity program, it was raised from 75% to 85% of fair market value in that, money that the government gives if there is a eligible disaster. There was also some additional investment in a lot of conservation programs, specifically working land conservation programs, so things like conservation easements, and helping make sure that our farmers and ranchers that are taking care of our land for us on a daily basis are being incentivized to make sure that that land is also being preserved for wildlife, wetlands, other sorts of good things for our environment. So we're excited about some of those programs continuing on and getting increased funding as well. There was also the extension of the death tax and raising that limit on death tax, which is really important for our agricultural producers that have a high asset amount in their property value. When a family member dies and the next generation is trying to take over that land and that operation, if they're put with this death tax right after that, they could be forced to sell that land or not continue that agricultural production. And that's not something that we want to see. I want my generation to be able to be good agricultural producers and stewards of our land. So they increased that death tax to $15 million per individual and then $30 million for a couple as an exemption towards paying that death tax. So that was also a really big win. I think we have a stat that will impact over 2 million family farms across the country. In terms of the clean energy tax credits, I think based on what we saw in the House, as you guys know, there was a lot of horse trading between the House and Senate versions of the One Big Beautiful Bill. There were some great things in the House, there were some great things in the Senate. Things changed, but all of it was based on the fact that we had to stay with a certain budgetary restriction that was outlined in the House and all of these interesting little legislative and parliamentary procedures. But one thing that did change in the Senate version, which did end up being the final version of that bill, is that the clean energy tax credits definitely had an extended phase down compared to the House version. There were other ways where that was able to kind of be a little bit more expensive in that bill, and there were other places where that funding was cut or that budget mechanism was cut to kind of pay for that. But Congressman Hurd was really a big advocate for these clean energy tax credits throughout the One Big Beautiful Bill process. He sent multiple letters on
wind and solar, all of the above energy, as well as a specific letter on nuclear energy. And we were pleased to see that those clean energy tax credits were extended to nuclear energy as well in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Also, another thing of note is the fact that public land sales were taken out of that One Big Beautiful Bill. Congressman Hurd voted against a provision in the Natural Resources Committee that would have sold land in Nevada and Utah. And then there was also obviously Senator Lee's proposal when it went over into the Senate side. We were pretty pleased to have that be taken out of the bill and put out a joint statement with Congressman Magoose's office to show our support and show that the Western Slope is not in favor of these top-down mandates from Washington DC bureaucrats. And if there's land that needs to be conveyed or transferred from the federal government to someone else, that there's a process for that. Sure, we can make improvements to that process, but just arbitrary numbers coming from DC was not the way that Congressman Hurd wanted to go about this process, and was pleased that that did not end up in the final bill. One other thing I do want to talk about in terms of SNAP that I do think is a cool, interesting kind of incentive-based program is there is going to be transfer of some of the administrative costs and costs of the program over to states as one of the ways that the federal government look to reduce their spending through this bill. But one thing that I do think is really cool is that there's a sliding scale for the error-based rate that the state is going to have to pay. So if their SNAP error rate is more than 10%, they're going to be paying a higher percentage. I believe it's 25% of those administrative costs, where the federal government takes 75%. If they are able to drop that error rate down to say 6%, the state will only be paying 5% of those costs, and the federal government will be paying 95%. Me, as someone who likes incentives and kind of likes that aspect of things, I think this is an exciting way to incentivize our states to make sure that we're spending this money properly and appropriately, and reducing that error rate. So there will be some more cost sharing moved over to the states, but there is also a way for states to administer this program well and be rewarded for that. So I think that's an exciting aspect of that as well. And I think, okay. Now I'm going to go into two different bills that Congressman Hurd has introduced that are kind of related to mostly agriculture here. The first is the bill we introduced last week. It's called the Hauling Exemption for Livestock Protection Act, or the HELP Act. This bill would basically take the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or the FMCSA's hours of service rules, which apply to any truckers, commercial trucking, as well as livestock haulers, and remove those requirements and regulations for livestock haulers. So that regulation is that you can only drive for 11 hours straight, and then you got to take 10 hours off straight before you can get back on the road. But Congressman Hurd believes that, it's a very difficult task to haul livestock. There's things that go wrong. There's bad weather. There's storms here in Colorado. And sometimes people need to get where they need to go for a certain timeline. So this bill would exempt those livestock haulers from these regulations. And we've got some great support from National Farm Bureau, Sheep Industry Association, and Cattlemen's, as well as our local folks here in Colorado that are supportive of that bill. So we were really pleased to introduce that and get that support on that. There was 2 years during the COVID pandemic when those rules were temporarily relaxed, and we were able to see, some good evidence that livestock haulers were able to do this safely and that it wasn't a big deal for them. So we're just continuing on cutting red tape and making life easier for our agricultural producers and livestock haulers where we can, little by little. One last bill I want to touch on is the snow water supply forecasting reauthorization. This is a bill that has a program that's been in place for a bit now, and we're just reauthorizing it for another, I believe, 5 years. Where it's asking, us to take our best available science to looking at our snowpack and snow melt, and how do we calculate that and, predict it with our forecasting. And that obviously is extremely important for our agricultural producers that are in river basins that rely on snowpack for their water source. So this is just adding it's one, reauthorizing it, but then also modernizing it by adding some additional authorizations where they can use AI, they can use the best available science so that we can make sure that we're getting the best forecasting tools possible, so that our agricultural producers know how much water they're gonna have and when they're gonna be using that water and plan properly. So that's what I've got this morning, and appreciate being here. Happy to answer any questions now or later.
Any questions for Riley?
Bonnie, go ahead.
Thank you, Bonnie Eddy with Colorado Wool Growers Association. First off, great work on the livestock columns. The industry really appreciates that. My question is on the death tax change. What's the effective date on that?
I will look that up.
Okay, I know this, now we're January 1st is curious.
Yes, I'll look it up.
Thank
I'll
you.
look it up. Did you have a question, Cindy?
Yes, no surprise here. So as we're discussing all the water issues and water use, and especially I'm thinking the Colorado River Basin, of course, are the overgrown forests that are taking more water and the water guzzling trees such as tamaris being included in that equation?
I would hope so. I'm not exactly sure. I think they should be. I can definitely look into seeing what we can do on that and include that more, because that's definitely a big factor in that as well. Yes, Kathy.
I want to thank you again for, coming on and, on the subject of the big beautiful bill. I do have some concerns about certain sections of it, but I really want to, give my appreciation to Representative Hurd for fighting for, a kind of middle ground on continuation of some of those, clean energy tax credits. I really appreciate it. And if he would, continue to monitor the situation with the Department of Interior and the new executive order on wind and solar reviews on all that. I would appreciate that too. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Kathy.
To provide a virtual briefing.
Thank you so much for being here, and I would just like you and Senator Hurd to keep an eye on the rescission bill that's going through. I understand that because of the pay-go rules that were adopted quite a while ago in Congress, that all the budgets other than say Social Security will face cutbacks just because of the rescission and the pay-as-you-go bill, including cuts back to Medicare services. For those of us with 25% or more seniors in our community, and with that strain is going to add to the Medicaid cutbacks and the Obamacare subsidy cutbacks to our health care is going to be devastating. So I really would like to see the congressman trying to protect Medicare. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was me. And that was a perfect example of what not to do. I clicked the button before that button was off. Okay, let's give Riley a round of applause. Next up, joining us online from Senator Hickenlooper's office, we have Tom Erb, and we're just gonna get him pulled up. Yeah. And then do that. Oh, yep. And then.
Everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, give us just
Give us 1 second.
No problem.
Always.
So you'll have to go like grab right there. Oh no, just like in the black and then drag it over.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
get it
let's see.
going. We're trying to bring you up on the screen, Tom. Give us just one moment.
Totally fine.
Let me remove our pin. No?
Do remove spotlight. Stop share, maybe that's it.
Oh, I bet you're right.
No, do say now pull them over. There we go. That's what it was.
Yeah, you're right.
This. Okay, give us a test, Tom.
Hello?
Oh, that's great. Thank
Okay.
All
you.
good?
Good. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll jump right in. And I know, we have quite a few presenters. How much time would you like me to go for?
You have about 10 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to present. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Most of our state team is at a retreat today in Colorado, and I am coming in from Washington, D.C. to give you all an update from Senator Hickenlooper's perspective. My name's Tom Erb. I'm his senior policy advisor covering energy, critical minerals, and permitting. So that's most of the space that I can speak to. But of course, if you have additional questions and other topics or areas of policy, I'm happy to follow up with the appropriate staffer. On this briefing, I'm going to talk about energy policy generally, definitely hit on the reconciliation bill and other things that are of relevance, including permitting reform, the Fix Our Forests Act, which is a bipartisan wildfire resilience bill that the senator co-leads. And then if we have some time at the end, talk a little bit about critical minerals and mining policy and looking forward on some of the work he's doing in that space. So to kick it off on the energy side, I think Hillary and Riley both gave good overviews of that bill. Generally, the senator is disappointed where that legislation landed, especially on the energy provisions, which I will focus on. In general, we're seeing electricity demand growth at a pretty significant level for the first time in a couple of decades, and it's really a time where if we want to keep prices low and jobs here and industry growing, we need to be adding all energy sources to the grid as quickly as possible. So anything that is putting additional pressure on prices or affecting projects, we see that in a negative light. So as some others spoke to, the bill definitely targets solar and wind compared to other energy sources. The senator worked very closely with some of his Republican colleagues at the very end of that negotiation to get the off ramp that I believe Riley was referencing for solar and wind. And we were glad to see a little bit more relief in that regard, but still have serious concerns about how the bill could be implemented and could affect things like prices and jobs. Um, One thing that was good to see was the change from the original House bill to the Senate bill to keep long-term incentives for technologies like energy storage and advanced nuclear. He is supportive of that, and that's good to see that we're continuing to support some of those clean, reliable sources of energy. I don't think anyone talked about projected impacts yet, but from the analysis we've seen, the bill could raise electricity bills between 8 and 18%, kill 1.6 million jobs by 2035, and block 340 gigawatts of new generation. And we need about 450 new gigawatts of generation over the next 5 to 10 years to meet that growing demand. So again, this is not, the senator doesn't want to pick winners and losers. We know we need coal, nuclear, solar, wind storage. We need all the above. So we want to see policies that put forward support for bringing those technologies on as quickly as possible. On that topic, this week, the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee had a hearing on electricity demand growth. So it was good to see Chairman Lee and Ranking Member Heinrich come together to put that. There was a witness from a chemical company, a witness from a data center manufacturer, and then a grid transmission expert. And the senator largely focused on the importance of increasing and updating our outdated electric grid, both to grow it in size and to build new lines, but also how do we get more out of the existing system and upgrades. And then he also talked a little bit about the important topic of permitting reform, pivoting to what could happen in the fall. He really sees bipartisan permitting reform as an opportunity again to come together and figure out how we can bring more projects on and update our grid as quickly as possible. So I'm happy to talk more about that in the question section about where he sees opportunity, but that's certainly something that he's excited to continue working on. Maybe I'll just pause real quick on energy before I go to wildfires and see if there's any questions on that topic.
Questions from the group? We're not seeing any quite yet. Go ahead and continue, Tom.
All right, shifting to wildfires. So I'm not sure the last time this group was updated, but earlier this year, the senator introduced the bipartisan Fix Our Forests Act with Senators Curtis, Padilla, and Sheehy. This is a big, comprehensive bill focused on increasing the pace and scale of wildfire resilience and forest management projects. This is really focused on, as you all know, we have a wildfire crisis for a combination of reasons, both from drought and heat, but also from how we've failed to manage our lands appropriately for decades. And this is trying to get at that in a very comprehensive way. Certainly something that we can give a larger, more comprehensive briefing on if people are interested in that. But the senator is really proud of the work he did to work with both Republicans, environmentalists, landowners, et cetera, to find a bipartisan path forward. The next step is getting it through the Senate Agriculture Committee. So we're working with that committee, and Chairman Bozeman and Ranking Member Klobuchar are working on technical edits and anything else that they could add to that bill. So we're hoping to see that move as quickly as possible. That's obviously a priority as we have already started fire season and we head into some of the more dangerous parts of the season. So the Senate is very focused on moving that bill, hopefully as soon as possible in September. Um, Lastly, I'll talk about critical minerals. This is another top priority in the energy space for Senator Hickenlooper. And this is something, again, that he thinks he can work with his Republican colleagues on in a pretty comprehensive way. Unfortunately, we've become very reliant on adversaries, especially China, on some of the key building blocks that go into energy technologies, defense systems, telecommunications, medicine, et cetera. And we need to figure out what the right balance is of more mining in the United States in a responsible way, and working with our allies to figure out robust and reliable supply chains. So he has a few bills to do that, bipartisan bills. One is the Critical Materials Future Act. That's focused on how we do more minerals processing here in the United States. And then second is the Unearth Innovation Act. That's focused on how do we invest more money and resources into innovative mining technology, processing technology, recycling technology. So we can get more out of existing mines. We can mine more with less environmental and community impact. And we can recycle, so we may need, less need for new mines as well. I think that's another space where we could work both with all of you and our congressional colleagues on in the room and on the phone today. So yeah, those are the kind of three main updates in the energy space, but I'm happy to answer questions on any of those or field just requests for things you want the senator to hear. So thank you all again, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Tom. Questions? Nancy? And then we'll go over to Chris.
Hi, Tom. Thank you very much, and thank the senator for supporting Fix Our Forest Act. One of the things that we're watching very closely, U.S. Forest Service has been in charge of wildfire fighting in the state of Colorado, and now it's being moved to the Department of Interior. We had things like, we used to call the militia that would fight fires, and they're not the firefighters. There's the guys that go out there and build a road, move heavy things, keep the GIS mapping, and they don't know where they're going to fit. And so there's going to be some transition issues as it converts to one big, beautiful wildfire department. And keep your eye on that, because in Colorado, it has always been in the U.S. Forest Service, where a supervisor has a fire card. There's a lot of unknowns, and it's a good fire year. Let's try to debrief at the end, because Colorado is different than states in Oregon, and they have huge DOI wildfire. Colorado has always been U.S. Forest Service based, so something to keep an eye on is all. But thanks very much. And I had heard that you got a lot of pushback on supporting Fix Our Forest Act, and we appreciate being strong in that. We think that's great.
Great. Well, thank you so much. That's definitely something we're monitoring and want to ensure that Colorado's front and center as they make some of these larger reforms at every agency, but especially when it comes to firefighting. So that's a great flag, and we'll ensure the senator remains in those conversations.
This is Chris Streets from Lebanon Springs. I also want to commend the senator for all the work and the introduction of the Fix Our Forest bill. But I'm wondering, I have not looked at all the details and trying to understand what its differences are and what its prospects are that differ from the Westerman bill that has languished in several Congresses now.
That's a fantastic question. Obviously, Chairman Westerman and Congressman Peters in the House were great partners on this. They set the standard, and we're getting significant support for their bill in the House. But we had concerns for some pieces on the policy side, but also largely because of those concerns, didn't believe it had sufficient support in the Senate. So the senator was very interested in, let's not just let this bill continue to die. This is a very controversial bill, but it's a huge crisis in Colorado and across the West. So let's find a way to build a bipartisan coalition. I think the big pieces there was changes to the litigation judicial review section of the bill, changes to the use of emergency authority and categorical exclusions. And then three, there's some additions to the bill that were important to secure more Democratic environmental support to ensure it could get 60 votes without, of course, losing the support from our Republican colleagues. So on three first, there's increased provisions to use of responsible prescribed fire, which when you combine that with ecological thinning, it's one of the most effective ways where you can slow the spread of these massive mega fires. So that's an addition in this bill. There's the inclusion of Senator Padilla and Senator Sheehy's Wildfire Intelligence Center. This has really figured out how do we collect the most important research and ensure our land agencies are using the latest research when they're fighting fire, as opposed to just old, outdated technology. That was addition to the bill. And there's more, and again, happy to kind of go into more detail, but I would focus on those two pieces for sure. Second, on litigation reform, there's a big fight over how extensive the House version of litigation reform is. We had concerns about how it was written, whether intentional or not, that it could really basically prevent local stakeholders, environmental groups, whoever it may be, the opportunity to challenge any Forest Service projects. And what it did is it made it unlawful to challenge agency actions unless you can prove this new significant and proximate environmental impact standard, which courts would fight over for a very long time. And in summary, while the senator agrees that we need to increase the speed and scale of these projects, litigation is a huge issue for the Forest Service, so we need litigation reform. Completely cutting out rural communities or environmental groups or whoever is trying to make these projects work better is not, that's not acceptable. We need to have some process where you can challenge or make projects work better, and then we also have to have reasonable timelines so the Forest Service can do their job. So what the Senate bill does is it really focuses on the most extreme actions that courts can take, which is either blocking a project forever, or throwing out an agency action, having them to start over. And what we do is we direct the court, when they're deciding whether or not an action is in the public interest, to consider risks, wildfire risk and ecological risk. So basically, in these cases, you're going to have a judge deciding, we need to do further analysis on potential impacts to this stream or this species or something like that. And they have to now weigh, okay, but if we don't take action and that takes another 2 to 3 years, you might have X community at risk of a severe wildfire. And that's really where we want the court to take this, is you need to weigh the short-term risks to a community with these environmental concerns in a way that's different than other issues because of how extreme wildfires have gotten. And if it's a frivolous lawsuit where we're just going to study things to the end of time, you should probably think about the community. But if this really is a large, potential impact that should be studied, and this is in an area where the risk of a large wildfire is low, maybe you do further study. So that's where we focus. We thought that was reasonable and could lead to quicker, better outcomes. And then three, there's changes in how categorical exclusions in the emergency authority provisions of the bill are applied. And basically, the House bill was very expansive, where hundreds of millions of acres would immediately be open to use these emergency powers that they have under environmental laws. And what we did is we tinkered with that to basically just ensure the agency is, one, going through the process to prove that there's an emergency, documenting that to the public, and then using those authorities in places where there's actually kind of an immediate risk of danger to structures or to humans, as opposed to just being able to use that all across the West. So I would say it's maintaining the integrity of the bill, adding new provisions, and then putting on some guardrails so those provisions aren't abused.
Great. All right, and I think with that, we are out of time, but thank you so much for being online and joining us from DC, Tom. We sure appreciate it.
Of course, I wish I was out there with y'all, but I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak, and hopefully I can meet you all pretty soon. So thanks again.
Thanks, Tom. Let's give Tom a round of applause. And we will go ahead and start our energy committee meeting now. Derek and Sarah, take it away. And everybody, everybody welcome Sarah Carlisle, our new co-chair of energy. But no stranger to the energy space within Club 20.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Nagusa's office will be joining us also from DC tomorrow. They were supposed to be here in person today and had a mix-up, so they're going to be joining us online tomorrow to provide some updates.
Where to go?
All right, thank you everyone for being here today. We'll go ahead and get started. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of the staff for more information. As a reminder, discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so that everyone can hear you, including those online. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn on your microphone once you're finished speaking. Turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking, sorry. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around if a microphone is not in front of you with a microphone for you to use if you do have a question or comment. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourselves online.
Do you want to introduce? You want me to? Oh, you got yours. Okay.
No, my name is Brittany Dixon and I'm the executive director of Club 20, and I'm getting that out of the way right now before I introduce those online.
Okay, ready?
Next, we have Tom Harned, and we have Andrea Terez Martinez, Doug Monger, Jen, and I'm sorry if I butcher your last name, Gigurelli, Kathleen Curry, Kathy Well, Melody Billard, Michael Murphy, our board chair, Shauna Greger, Tom Harned, and Veronica Medina. And then Andrea.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Wilson, Policy and Operations Director at Club 20.
Good morning, I'm Cameron Rebel, I'm the administrative assistant for Club 20.
Oh, that's okay. Go.
Good morning, Tom Clemens, Monmouth County Curry.
Oh, we'll take that. Let's go Nancy and in the back, and then we'll come to the front.
Okay, Nancy Fishering, I'm co-chair of the Ag Committee, member of the LNR Water and Energy.
Amy Tooker, representing Northwest County and on the public lands and woodlands committee. Survey morning. And a board time.
Rustin Jones, Atlas Energy. Peter Bricius, I'm the city manager for Craig. Jared Blue with XL Energy. Chris Nichols, mayor of Sydney, Craig.
Morning, Steve Erkenbrand from Mesa County.
Rachel Richards, mayor of Aspen. Thank you.
Larry Henry, Senator Bennett's office.
Ryan Hubbard, Tri-State. Evan Morris, New Garfield County, representing myself.
Riley Scott from Congressman Hurd's office.
Randy Looper, Craig City Council.
Terry Keller, KLJ Engineering. Grand Junction and member of the Water Committee.
Hi, everybody. Robert Sakata, the Colorado Department of Agriculture, Ag Water Policy Advisor.
Good morning. Callie Scritchfield from Rio Blanco County Commissioner, multiple creeks.
All of them.
Good morning, Chris Trees, Chairman of the Water Committee and Board Member of Garfield County.
Arwen Jefferson.
Bonnie County. Good morning, Ron Velarde, co-chair of the Agriculture Committee.
Bonnie Eddy, co-chair of PLNR, and on the Ed Committee.
Meredith Mickey, Grand County, Club 20 Executive Committee, members of many committees.
Again, back on Moffett County. Jeff Comstock, I'm on the executive committee and the board of directors.
Cindy Dozier, member from Montrose County and also on the executive committee.
Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State, and new co-chair of the Energy Committee.
Derek Felder, Grand Valley Power, co-chair of the Energy.
Kathy Fackler, individual member from Durango, member of the Energy Committee. Lois Dunn, Mesa County, on Energy Committee.
Brad McLeod, medium patch chair, Xcel Energy and.
Okay, and with that, take it away, chairs.
All right, thank you everyone for introducing yourselves. For those online, please keep yourself muted, and if you have a question, please indicate with the raised hand signal, and staff will call on you when we're ready to ask your question. Lastly, we would like to thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsors are Chevron, Rocky Mountain Health Plans, and Atmos Energy. Thank you again for the venue and lunch sponsors. The committee sponsors are Chevron, again, thank you so much, and Grand Valley Power. And then the reception sponsor is Rocky Mountain Health Plans. So thank you again to all the sponsors today and this over this couple day venue. So thanks again to the sponsors of I would like to give a big thank you to our new co-chair, Sarah Carlisle. I'll turn it over to her, but I would like to say a big thank you to her for putting together our presentation today. She put in a lot of work on this, and I really appreciate her stepping up today and putting this together. So I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thanks so much, Derek. Today we are looking forward to having a conversation about transmission in Colorado. And we have my colleague from Tri-State as well as Jared from Xcel Energy, who will be both giving brief presentations. And then we all know you're not shy, so we're looking forward to having an open dialogue conversation with these experts in the room. So first, I'd like to begin by introducing Jared Lunar. Jared Lunar is a regulatory policy specialist at Fiesco's Regulatory Policy Group. In this role, his primary responsibility for the development and management of regulatory case filings and reports associated with the regulation of public services electric transmission facilities by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. Mr. Lunar has 15 years of experience in the utility industry and has worked for Xcel Energy or its subsidiaries of Fiesco since 2012. He first joined Xcel Energy as a law clerk and was also employed as a public policy analyst from 2014 through 2021, where he provided analysis and strategy regarding state and federal energy, environmental, and climate policies to Xcel Energy and its subsidiary utility operating company. Mr. Lunar also worked for Entergy as a legal assistant from 2008 through 2010 and interned for the Colorado Public Utility Commission in 2012. Mr. Lunar received a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from McDaniel College and a JD from the University of Denver. He's a licensed attorney in the state of Colorado. Jared, we really appreciate you being here and looking forward to hearing your presentation. So I will turn it over to you. And being a new recipient or a new participant here at Club 20, I will say that the microphones typically are a nemesis, so you're going to want to hold it uncomfortably close to your face.
Yeah, that's a typical experience for me, I feel like. So thank you for the work here. I really want to thank Club 20 for inviting me. talk about transmission issues in Colorado. I'm sure many of you in the room are familiar with who XL Energy is, but just want to give you a brief kind of overview that we serve 1.6 million electric customers, 1.5 million natural gas customers. Our service territory is really concentrated around the Denver metro area, and then a big chunk of the I-70 corridor up in the mountains, including, we serve a decent chunk of western Colorado.
Maybe. It worked the first time.
There's nothing. Just start to give you guys an idea of what the transmission network looks like in Colorado. So as you see, a real concentration of big high voltage lines along the front range in Colorado. That's where most of the energy demand is in the state. But then we also have an extensive network out here through western Colorado through the mountains as well. And a big reason for that is some of the electric generation is located out here. Hayden, Craig are really big power plants in western Colorado. So this is, I think, trying to help orient you of, you might be familiar with the roadmap of Colorado. This is the roadmap of the electric grid. So what are some of the trends that we're seeing driving additional transmission development today in the state? Biggest one is demand growth. Demand growth we're seeing in a way that, as you mentioned in my introduction, I've been in the industry for 15 years. I have never seen anything like about the last year in terms of demand growth. It has been incredible, the number of large customers that we have seen show up asking for service. AI data centers is one of the biggest. We're also seeing manufacturing growth. We're seeing growth of demand from our residential customers too, though, as we see increasing adoption of things like electric vehicles. Colorado is one of the leading states in the country for EV adoption, and we're seeing that drive demand growth in the state. Electrification of oil and gas production is another thing that we have seen really drive demand growth, especially up in western Colorado. Another big driver, the development of generation storage resources across the state. Natural gas, wind, solar, batteries. One of the projects I'll talk about in just a minute for Excel, the Colorado's Power Pathway Project, is really about providing a backbone system throughout eastern Colorado to bring on these resources to help meet that growing demand. And then finally, another big trend that we're seeing right now is investing in the upkeep and modernization of our existing system to be more resilient and safer for wildfire. So again, like I mentioned, some of the major projects that we have going on in Colorado right now for Excel Energy. On the right-hand side of the screen here is the Colorado's Power Pathway Project. It's a large loop system out here in the Eastern Plains that, as I mentioned, is about going out and bringing on those wind and solar resources that are really economically advantageous for the state. We're also focusing on, and we have an application proceed in front of our commissioners right now seeking approval to do these updates. A major upgrade of our network in the Denver metro area. And again, that's driven by those trends that I talked about just a minute ago. Growing demand, changing where our generation resources are coming from. We're seeing retirements of the coal and gas plants that are really close in the Denver metro area. Changing that to bringing in those resources that are located outside of Denver has a major impact on how our transmission system functions. And these are the lines that we've identified we need to upgrade through the heart of Denver to really make that transition. But that's not all we have going on. And I wanted to make sure I focus for you guys on what we're doing in western Colorado as well. And right now our focus out here is really on rebuilding those lines that are reaching the end of their life, seeking to modernize the equipment, increase the capacity that those lines have to move energy, and build safer, more resilient transmission lines in light of the increased wildfire threat that we see in the state. So our 69 kV system And that's kilovolts. So transmission 69 kV is about the smallest you'll see, with some rare exceptions. Goes all the way up to the largest we have in Colorado is 345. So that 69 kV, that's really our workhorse. That's what serves local demand. That's how we get energy out to our customers located in these areas. And we're investing a lot in a lot of work to modernize that system. Another thing I wanted to touch on that is really critical for Western Colorado is power plant retirements. Right, and Luke was already retired. Brady Hayes over 30 years. The transmission network that we have around our state was built for the generation we have. So this retiring generation means we're gonna have to take a hard look at the transmission network and go out and make those upgrades and expansions to ensure reliability. But that creates new opportunities as well. As these plants retire, we have transmission capacity available in the area that can help enable the development of new resources in Western Colorado. Gas, solar, battery, and even in this area, geothermal are all resources that we see as having potential to be economically competitive, to contribute to the just transition in these communities where we are retiring existing generation. And I think these technologies in this place has real potential going forward. So that's just my brief introduction, and I'll leave it over to Ryan, and then if he goes through his good call, going to be happy to have an open dialogue conversation and answer questions that come up about transmission.
Ryan.
Thank you, Jared. Just wanted to take a brief moment to introduce my colleague, Ryan Hubbard. Ryan joined Tri-State in early 2011 and has over 18 years of experience in the electric utility industry. In his current position, Ryan is responsible for managing and overseeing Tri-State's transmission contracts, rates, policy, and open access transmission tariff. We keep him busy. His previous experience includes substation design and transmission planning studies for utilities across the United States. Ryan has an undergrad and master's degree in engineering from the Colorado School of Mines and is a registered professional engineer in the state of Colorado. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us here, and please begin your presentation.
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks, Club 20 for the opportunity to talk today about transmission.
And you're gonna have to speak right into it.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Eat the mic.
So yeah, thanks again for the opportunity today. Again, I'm an engineer, so if you want to get into the weeds, I'm your guy. I've been involved with transmission planning in Colorado for most of my time at Tri-State, which has been almost 15 years. So anything you want to know, the good, the bad, the ugly about Colorado and the neighboring states, I can tell you it all. But anyways, want to talk specifically today about transmission in Western Colorado. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar, Tri-State, we're a not-for-profit G&T owned by our cooperative members. Cover 4 states, probably the first name G&T in the country, but we roll with it. But again, our mission is to provide reliable, affordable, and responsible power to our members. Again, we have a very large footprint. We interact with a lot of neighbors, Xcel Energy, one of them. We try to have a really good working relationship with all of them, and we generally do that pretty well. So again, Jared showed another view of this, but again, this is the transmission system in Colorado. A little different view than what Jared had. What this really illustrates to me, what you'll see is you'll see the different colors on here. There's a lot of transmission owners. The green lines are Xcel Energy, red lines are solely owned by Tri-State. Once you get down to the, down by Pueblo, you have Black Hills Energy, you have a different color down by Colorado Springs for CSU. There's a lot of owners. We all work really hard to try to maintain reliability across the state. But what I wanted to kind of draw attention to you with Western Colorado is kind of how the transmission system operates today. There's really 3 major paths that connect Western Colorado to the rest of the Western United States. So specifically, we'll start by up in Northwest Colorado, Dinosaur National Monument. There are 3 transmission lines that run west out of Craig directly into Utah. That's one path that runs out. Next one's down by Four Corners. There's 3 transmission lines that run south to Four Corners, down from the Durango area. And then the rest of the transmission runs directly east across the Rocky Mountains. And so anytime you're talking transmission constraints, your options are east, west, south. There are no connections directly north out of western Colorado.
And there is a pointer on there if you want to use that.
Oh, there is?
I see you, yeah.
Oh, nice. Coming in. So anyways, that's the general idea of Colorado. A lot of utilities working really hard to keep the lights on. I know Jared kind of hit on, hey, the generation retirements in western Colorado. I kind of wanted to hit also on what's being built in western Colorado right now from a resource perspective. And so right now there's 3 resources that are under construction, either operational or near operational, specifically Garden Mesa Solar down by Durango, or not Durango, down by Montrose area. And then we have Actual Basin Solar and Dolores Canyon Solar that are being constructed here just south of Craig, and Dolores Canyon's down in southwest Colorado. Additionally, Tri-State has some additional resources, part of our ongoing ERP proceeding at the state that are proposed and are awaiting approval by the PUC, specifically some energy storage in western Colorado, as well as a combustion turbine in Moffett County. But additionally, there's, again, with the upcoming retirements, there's a lot of interest to interconnect new generation. You heard the open access transmission tariff referenced by Sarah. Every public utility has a set of rules to interconnect generation. We cannot hoard the transmission to ourselves. Anyone who has a resource that wants to interconnect can propose to interconnect. And so we have an interconnection queue. These are all projects that have gone through our interconnection queue, and you'll see over here, I guess this is roughly 1,000 megawatts of generation. And what you'll see is this LGIA, it's a generator interconnection agreement. It's an agreement between us as the transmission provider and the developer to construct and interconnect our generator. The challenge that we face is generation development is very speculative. We get dozens of these requests every year. I would say maybe 10% ever actually get interconnected. And so one of the challenges I'm sure some of you all face, you'll hear developers say, hey, we're going to build. 9 times out of 10, they're probably not. But they will tell you how real it is, how they're partnering with Tri-State or Excel or somebody, but in the end, we can't say no. We have to accommodate them and let them interconnect. But the key point is there's a lot of interest in additional resource development in western Colorado. Other work that Tri-State has going on in Western Slope, just for you, we always are trying to serve our members better. We have a new delivery point. What that means is a new substation to serve new load. This is from White River Electric. Additionally, we have a lot of ongoing transmission line maintenance. Similar to Excel, we have transmission all over western Colorado. We are constantly identifying lines that have a high wildfire risk, that are old, that need upkeep, maintenance, and so we're replacing poles, cross arms, conductor, trying to modernize it, trying to decrease wildfire risk. But again, that is an ongoing effort. There's always transmission work that needs to be done, and there's only so much time in the day to do it. Something that you'll also hear a lot more about coming into the future is Southwest Power Pole. I guess raise a hand real quick. How many people have heard of Southwest Power Pole or what's going on there? About kind of what I expected, a little less than half, but in general, Southwest Power Pole is what's called a regional transmission organization. They're currently located in the Eastern Interconnect, and these are in the light green over here, running from North Dakota down to Oklahoma and Texas. They are expanding their footprint west into Wyoming, Colorado, and into a little bit parts of Utah and Arizona. A number of utilities have committed to join SPP, and we're working towards an anticipated go live of April 1, 2026. Well, what does this mean? This just means rather than that map earlier where I showed, you could see on that map each transmission owner, you could see Basin Electric lines, CSU lines, Deseret lines, MEAN, PRPA, all of us had our own transmission lines. Each one of us had our own set of rules for interconnecting generators, transmission planning. The regional transmission organization does all that. So it consolidates it over a single entity for efficiency of planning, operating the transmission system. So you'll hear more and more about Southwest Power Pole. They don't own transmission. They don't own generation. They are a facilitator. we all work with them as transmission and generator owners within their footprint. And so again, as I mentioned, everyone will work under SPP's open access transmission tariff to interconnect new generation. And this is kind of a different view of what the footprint looks like. Essentially, it's covering this WACM or WACM balancing area in parts of the it's Wapa, Lower Colorado, down here, down by Four Corners area. But that's the footprint. That's roughly what Southwest Power Pool is going to be taking over. And transmission planning is going to change greatly because again, each entity has their own transmission planning process right now. We work very closely together to try to identify joint opportunities for joint projects. But at the end, we all have our own individual processes. With SPP, they look at the footprint as a whole and they say, what is the best for everybody? And that's the projects they build. And so there's going to be a lot more. We have public planning processes today, but at Southwest Power Pool, their last integrated transmission planning process, which they start every year, had 150 stakeholder meetings. It is heavily involved with stakeholders trying to get input from everybody to know what are the needs that are going within the footprint, what needs to be built next. And so something to keep in your eye out. If you have an interest in being involved with transmission planning in Southwest Power Pool, the opportunities are there. And so I guess with that, that's my quick intro to Western Colorado, kind of what's going on, what's changing, and Jared and I would welcome any questions anyone might have.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Just as a reminder, please refrain from asking your question until you have a microphone. And those attendants online, please raise your hand and we will make sure to get to you. To kick us off, I know that Ryan has a question or two, and then we'll turn it over to the general audience.
So this, for either one of you, I believe it was last summer's policy meetings.
Thank you.
We had a presentation from CETA, and CETA was given the directive to do a statewide study on the transmission network and provide their recommendations. I just kind of wanted to get both your opinions on what you thought of that study and how both of your organizations kind of took that feedback, and how if there was anything groundbreaking in that study that came about from that.
So I guess I'll take a first stab at that. I mean, Tri-State as well as all others were involved with the CETA study effort as providing inputs into the study. Doing transmission planning for 15 years in the state, there wasn't anything we haven't seen before. I guess I'll start with that. Is there were no surprises. They are projects they identified are projects that I would say are conceptual in our plans. The hard part is you can go out and build everything, but you need to have the drivers to actually go out and build them and have the justification for that. And so the CETA study itself, I would equate very similar to how Southwest Power Pool will be doing studies. They will look at it footprint wide. They will identify what makes sense for the overall footprint. But in the end, they identify projects that I guess already kind of on our radar. They still are, they will be. It's just waiting for the right time for them to be built.
Yeah, I think what Ryan said is exactly right. There was nothing really surprising in there. A key difference between how our utilities plan our transmission system and what CETA did was the time horizon for work. We typically look out about 10 years in the future when we're developing transmission. CETA was 20. So they were adding in more load, more generation, because they're just going out for a long time, and these things grow over. So things that showed up in that CETA study are things that, like Ryan mentioned, our planners aren't surprised by it. But there are things that we don't see the immediate need for. We don't even see that medium term need for. Now, it's helpful to have that longer term look because you can ask yourself, well, as I'm developing a project today, is there something I should be aware of in the future? So I build the project right the first time, and I'm going to go back and redo it. Because we don't like doing that. It happens sometimes, but we don't like doing that. So it's a helpful data point to affirm the suspicions that our planners already have. Whether those exact projects end up being built, I think it's too speculative to say at this point because they're looking on a 20-year time horizon. Transmission planning is inherently iterative in nature. You redo studies every year and every other year, depending on what the type of study you do. It's a really highly technical process. It is physics. You are studying the physics of the electric grid. We redo those in that iterative manner in order to catch things that are coming on that long horizon and get ready. So CA gave us a look at a longer time horizon. But we have to see how things evolve over the next decade to see when those projects look like they're going to become valuable. Or see if our assumptions change and those projects fall off and something else comes in as well. So it's certainly informative. I wouldn't call it a certain view of the future, though.
Does anyone have a question?
Behind you. Hold on while we, okay, Sarah's got it.
Hi, I'm Rachel Richards from Aspen, Colorado, former Brooklyn County Commissioner, and our city has right now 100% renewable energy through wind and hydro, which we produce locally, and other power contracts. But we've been told that, I'm new, I've only got 100 days under my belt to truly understand this stuff, but that some of this upgrade of the transmission line is going to affect other customers with up to a 3-time rate increase for the cost of using the transmission lines when you buy your power from me or some of the other larger generators. I'm kind of wondering, what is the cost to the customers likely to be? And are you in front of the PUC now for approval of these rate increases? But to see our power potentially going up as much as 3 times because of the transmission costs, when it's really a lot about the Front Range, Denver, and all these areas from Excel is a little concerning. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's much that I can say about those specifics because so I'm not directly involved in the litigations at federal level, but my understanding is some of this has been pre-litigation at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So I'm a little hesitant to speak about litigation that I am not directly involved in, but I can speak to the generalities of the transmission system. So yes, these investments go in front of the Public Utilities Commission. We bring detailed cost estimates and we talk about the costs and benefits of transmission projects in order to gain state approval. And that state approval is necessary for building large-scale projects. So, for example, Colorado's Power Pathway, that's a $1.7 billion project. That proceeding took over a year in front of our state regulators to have them thoroughly vet the costs and benefits before they signed off. I think the other thing that's important to note is as you saw in the maps that Angela showed, transmission is inherently interconnected. And that networking of transmission provides significant benefits to everyone who uses the system. And the contractual arrangements about how the system is used gives other parties that buy transmission system access to that entire network in exchange for paying their share of the use of that network in rates set by federal regulators. So I think my comment would be the investments that we make. I challenge the concept that these investments are only meant for Denver or only meant for the Front Range. They have significant benefits statewide to everyone who uses energy by creating a more reliable and resilient system that can broaden, for example, access to renewable energy. Because while Aspen might have renewable, not everyone else does. And as we move in this coordinated manner under state policy direction to get to deep carbon reductions on the entire system, that requires investment, and those investments are better.
And,
Do you know what the rate changes would be, for charges for people to use the transmission lines? I mean, what is it? You're not,
Yeah, no, I don't know the rate changes, and there are, you know, one thing I will say is transmission costs tend to be a smaller portion of electric rates in general. You see a lot more of electric rates, the costs being associated with generation and distribution. So just proportionally transmission is smaller. Now, that's not to say that if transmission costs go way up, that's not an impact that customers feel. It is, but I think the other thing that's important to realize is transmission is an awesome enabling set. It allows us to go out and access lower cost resources that can be developed. It creates resilience. It really punches above its weight when you look at the cost. Transmission brings a lot of benefits, and there are a lot of studies. You know, unfortunately, the way that we do planning in Colorado, we don't have the same data that, for example, SPP does, but SPP does go out and do an analysis of the cost and benefit, and they're able to come up with a benefit to cost ratio. And typically, I think we see benefit cost ratios in like 3-to-1 to 5-to-1 to even higher when people go analyze the benefits of transmission. So I think, yes, the rate increases are tough. I can't speak to what they are specifically because Aspen pays for transmission different than an XLM customer would. But I think the benefits of transmission in our evaluation have certainly outweighed. And you know, when people buy that service from us, they are buying into all of those benefits.
thank you.
Yep.
and I'd just add to that, so that's part of the challenge of the grid overall is, you know, whether you're a small distribution utility like Grand Valley Power or a transmission network like XL and Tri-State have, is costs get socialized across the whole network. And to speak to that point specifically, Rachel, like, you know, I know, for example, Grand Valley Power is, you know, we lay claim to 60% renewable energy as well, but part of that claim is we're getting, you know, credit for the electrons from the wind generators on the eastern plains of Colorado, which come across the transmission network. But I know in reality, those electrons are never being delivered from the eastern plains to my house in Grand Junction. So it's, you know, it's part of the, I have to pay for the cost of that transmission network, even though the delivery is actually never hitting my house. But that's part of the claim of, hey, we're 60% renewable. It's more of a marketing tool than really anything in that aspect. So next we had Jeff had a question.
And then behind you, Chris had a question too.
Okay. Guys, thank you for attending this meeting and coming to talk. It's my name is Jeff Comstock and I work with Moffett County Commissioners. And Ryan, I very much appreciate the way you characterized how many people attempt to get a project in order and how little actually in, because Moffett County is experiencing that in hordes right now. And the general philosophy that developers come to our planning and zoning commission and with the philosophy, well, Tri-State's closing, the Craig Station's closing, Haight Station's closing, there's space on the line, we have, you know, projects that'll fill that space. And so my question is, would you really describe how much space is created, or is there any space created by the closure of Craig Station and Hayden Station? And I asked that with the comment that we have heard many times that other needs for direct
transport across the line, like through AI cars, whatever, that those spaces are already full, but yet. We also see companies like both of yours put RFPs out for projects for renewable energies, and so, address that a little bit, is there really a void or not?
Great question, and one of the concepts under open access transmission tariffs is a term called transmission service. That gives you the right to move a certain amount of power across specific transmission facilities. Now, there's also a concept called rollover rights. And so if you have a resource like Craig, and you are planning to retire that unit, you put another unit there, you can roll those transmission rights from your old resource to your new resource. So just because a unit is retiring, doesn't mean all of the capacity instantly is available first come, first served. Because the entities that have been paying for usage of the transmission system historically have rollover rights, which is the case of what Excel and Tri-State and any entity that has resources on the system today. You try to cite replacement resources where the existing resources are retiring. I mean, you want to try and co-locate, because again, as Jared mentioned earlier, the transmission system was built to move where existing resources are to get them to load. You put resources where new resources where existing resources aren't, you're likely going to have to build more transmission to move it. And that's the ongoing challenge. But simply put, existing resources until they are retired, and it is clear there is no replacement resource for it in that location or vicinity, I wouldn't ever claim that the capacity becomes available.
Well, in Craig's case, there's 307 available.
Sorry, Mike.
So a little bit deeper there, in Craig's case, what's being built to replace what's going away is, let's just call it a quarter of the load. So what happens?
Yeah, and entities, there are firm reservations on those lines when the unit goes down. If there has not been entities that have exercised their rollover rights, that firm capacity will become available. And so yes, if 1,200 megawatts comes down, only 300 megawatts goes in, there is available capacity that's headroom on the transmission system. However, resources are being built just south of Craig, actually based in solar. It's in the vicinity. I mean, there's additional resources that are getting built. Yes, I mean, if you don't put another 1,200 megawatts there, it will create availability on the transmission system.
And I think another thing to add there is there are a lot of different ways that generation is acquired by utilities. You know, both of our companies put out RFPs seeking bids. So it's one of those things that I think from the contractual federal regulation perspective, Brian's exactly right. Those rights don't immediately open up as a free for all. But the transmission capacity exists, and we have resource planning processes that we go through under state oversight to collect bids from generators. And we might look at bids and say, well, my company can bid into our own RFP. And we might say, well, I'm going to bid in a plant for using those rights. Or we might receive bids from other entities that we have no connection to. And it might play out that it is most cost effective for us to select those, knowing that we won't be reusing that same transmission capacity at the same time. So it's a combination of the contractual transmission piece and the state oversight of how we go out and build and contract for new power plants. So if somebody is coming and saying, well, there's all of this available capacity, they're banking on getting selected in that request for proposal process. Because the utility looks at the big picture is able to say, here's where I can plug this cost-effective resource in and get it where it's needed.
Thank you. Thank you both. This has been interesting. Getting closer.
You both answers.
Bastard. Jared, my question is prompted by your slide, but I'm also interested in Tri-State's views and plans. I noted that nuclear was not among your generation samples figures for future plans and providing for planning for transmission. Is nuclear any part of your planning process, either directly for generation or for purchase of generation? And say for Tri-State, please.
It's a really interesting question, and I think that where we sit today, it's too early to say. I think from a technology perspective, nuclear has a lot of great attributes. It is something we're highly interested in. It is something that is challenging to develop. There has been a lot of conversation about, as we retire our Comanche plant in Pueblo, that's a very significant large power plant located adjacent to one of our largest customers. There's a lot of talk about whether nuclear is the right replacement there. Our existing processes in the state, nuclear will be challenged to compete in that. We acquire resources looking out in like 2 to 4 year increments in the future. Nuclear takes longer than that to develop. That's a challenge. So we're in front of our state commissioners now with a resource plan where we are asking for them to start thinking about how they can reorient state planning processes to look for those longer term resources that they bring amazing benefits, but they might take 10 years to develop. So my leaving nuclear off of there is, it's not a commentary on the benefits of the technology. It's more a commentary on the challenges that it brings. There's been one major nuclear reactor built in the US in the last few decades, and that was down in Georgia. And they had major cost overruns, major challenges because of, we build nuclear in an extremely safe manner. That makes it extremely difficult and extremely costly to build. I think the safety is worth it, but it just creates new challenges that are very difficult to solve. Federal policy is really going to be what makes nuclear possible in the US. And I think financial backstops and guarantees are really going to be what move the needle more than anything else. I'd love to see it. I think it's an essential element. I have a hard time seeing it happen in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, I agree with everything Jared said. I mean, from a transmission planning perspective, I'm resource agnostic. I want reliable power. And so whatever resource we can count on to keep the lights on, that's all I care about. But again, Tri-State runs into the very same challenges. I'm not on the resource planning side, but whatever we can, get permitted and built in a cost-effective manner and get through the Colorado PUC and really all the states we operate, that's the biggest hurdle. If we cross those hurdles, then it's something that becomes much more realistic as an option we can consider.
I would also just add to that narrative that through our electric resource planning process, we always include modeling nuclear, and it remains at the top cost of any resource that we're looking at. There.
And then there's one in the back too.
Also, please introduce yourself. I should have said that earlier.
Yeah.
Just so the folks online know who is eloquently speaking, right?
And just so that since Ray Beck isn't here, we're gonna do 1 Merritt Linky, 2 Merritt Linkies. By the end of the day, everybody will know who you are, Merritt.
I am Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner, of County Executive Member and Board Member, voting member for Grand County. So this discussion has led me to a lot of questions about where we're going with all this, and I get it that carbon is the enemy, carbon being life forms are the enemy, I get that. However, what Jared said earlier about how that the transmission grid was built from where power is produced and getting to where the load is, now I get that. So knowing that it takes 30 acres roughly of solar panels to make power for 1,000 homes. Okay, that's 1,000, that's not a very big town, right? So we'll play that out. So my question, all this stuff is green energy, right? Wind and solar is green, and we're happy because we can breathe the fumes out of electric car. That's all good. So from a purely engineering, nerdy, weedy question, how do we fit all this dispersed energy produced by wind and solar and get that into the transmission lines to get it to where it needs to go to the people when we're taking away those places like the Craig Station where it was built at the head of those generation lines and call that environmentally sound policy? I know that's a lot of loaded questions, but that's right.
So if I could rephrase it, at least sticking to the engineering side. Engineer, not a policy expert, but how do we get generation load essentially if you're not putting the generation right where the gens are retiring? I mean, what we've seen over the last 10 to 15 years is more and more renewables coming in the system, and they have interconnected where I would say there's existing headroom on the system. I mean, the existing system, if there is the ability to accommodate a few hundred megawatts of new wind or solar, more times than not, it's already been interconnected there. And we have other projects that likely want to come on in that vicinity as well. And one of the factors they always look at is getting land. You need a lot of land. And so a lot of the prime locations to build wind and solar are in rural areas, usually in eastern Colorado. Not a lot of transmission. I mean, that's kind of like some of the transmission development Excel's doing in eastern Colorado. Tri-State's doing some transmission expansion in eastern Colorado. Again, to accommodate additional resources so we can get it to load. The benefit Tri-State enjoys is because we have such a large footprint, we can strategically place generation across the whole footprint to serve all of our members, which is why we have resources being built along the western slope, along the Eastern Plains, in Wyoming, in New Mexico. We can space it out. Excel is a very unique challenge because of such a large amount of load, high density load along the front range. It's a completely different challenge, but I mean, for Tri-State perspective, again, we're accommodating resources where we can through the ERP, the resource planning process. When we get bids, they say, hey, I have a bid for this many megawatts in this area of the system. Can we accommodate that? And our transmission planning team can very quickly say yes or no. And that is one of the many factors that we consider when we select these bids beyond price, because is it even constructible? Can we integrate it on the transmission system? So again, we're trying to be strategic on where we place them, where there is existing transmission, where there are closures. We also consider putting resources where existing resources are coming down, but it's always a balancing act. It's very, very challenging. There's not an easy solution. In the end, though, if you're going to have to put resources in areas where there is an existing transmission, you're going to have to build new transmission to get it to load. That's just physics.
Just says, this is Merritt. Thank you again for Sarah. Follow-up question based on that answer, and I thank you for the answer. But what I'm wondering is that we know that wind and solar are not 100% consistent. Sometimes the wind doesn't blow, sometimes the sun doesn't shine. So we still have to have those power plants that go off of coal or natural gas or nuclear, or whatever that might be. But so we still have to have that transmission line. How does that all fit together with, in an engineering, dirty engineering point of view? How that all works and how is that environmentally sustainable?
Well, from a resource planning perspective, that's one of the many factors they factored in. They look at the variability of the resources when they do resource planning. Again, I haven't dug into those models. I look at it purely from a reliability perspective. I say, can you inject this much power into the system? Can you get it to load? Yes or no? From a resource planning perspective, you look at, it's generally windy at night. It's generally sunny during the day. Usually not windy during the day. It's not, obviously not sunny at night. And so to firm up those resources to ensure reliability, you have to look at other resources. And as Bryce is looking at a gas plant in Moffett County, we're looking at energy storage. I mean, in the end, there isn't a silver bullet. I'm a big believer that you need a robust variety of resources to keep the lights on. You can't do it strictly with wind or strictly with solar or strictly with any one resource.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. No single power plant is going to be perfectly reliable. What we plan for is not that we need a resource that is always there the second we call on it. We plan for a system that has the resilience and reliability that is built through diversity of resources. So, you know, the big benefit of wind and solar is you have to spend money to put it in the ground, but once it's there, the fuel cost is zero. Now, the ongoing operating cost isn't zero, but the fuel itself is zero cost. That has a significant benefit. And if you can build at a reasonable cost a transmission network that maximizes getting that zero fuel cost energy to your customers, you could look at the trade-offs between is it worth building that transmission to go get that free fuel. That doesn't carry on forever, though, because you're going to start getting to the point where you put so much wind and so much solar in your system that you can reach a level where a wind farm or a solar panel, you might only ever be able to use 10% of its output because it's incrementally adding more to the system at a time you don't need it. And that's why it's important that when we plan our system, we do it on that system basis rather than just planning the individual power plants and hoping that that power plant is reliable. It's about giving ourselves options and doing that reliability analysis, looking at the physics of the grid and looking at the economics of the grid to try to balance all of those things. And it's challenging to do. But that's functionally what that resource plan proceeding is in front of our state commissioners, and those take a couple of years to resolve everything.
Thank you.
So, you know, your point is not wrong that, you know, you can't always count on those resources. There are costs to adding to the system, but there are benefits too. And what's really important is just that we work at it holistically.
Thank you, and I know I believe we have time for one more question, and there was someone in the back, and unlike my mother, I don't have eyes in the back of my head, so I'll need some help.
Hillerby with PLG Engineering. So what about the role of hydropower and geothermal currently and in the foreseeable future in Colorado?
Yeah, so hydropower, Colorado has some small hydropower, right? Nothing major like you see in other parts of the West, with Glen Canyon, Lake Grand Coulee, Blue Dam. Those are massive. Colorado doesn't have anything like that. Environmental regulations make constructing new hydropower challenging. To put it mildly, impossible is probably a better word. I don't think we see another large scale dam built in the United States. I'm honestly, I don't know if we'll see one in the world. So that's not to say it doesn't play a role. We have a lot of small hydro around western Colorado. the very first alternating current power grid in the world is in western Colorado and it's still operating today. So hydro is one of those things that, again, we have some, it's nice to have. I have a hard time seeing it grow. Geothermal, I think, is different. There are new technologies being investigated for geothermal power that are really promising. There's a company out in Utah that I can't remember the name now, but that is using the same drilling technology that created our natural gas production. They're looking at adapting that to do horizontal drilling miles out to create geothermal wells. I think Colorado is uniquely positioned in the country that geothermal looks promising. It's not there yet. But like I mentioned earlier, if we're building a solar panel where we're only able to use a very small percentage of its output, solar itself might look cheap, but if you're only using 10% of it, you're paying 10x the cost of it. So, nuclear being the most expensive resource that we look at, geothermal is very expensive. You actually reach a tipping point where it's more cost effective to add that really expensive resource than it is to add something that looks really cheap, but you can't use most of it. That, I think, is where technologies like nuclear and geothermal start to come into play in the 2030s. We see the technology proven out through demonstration projects. We see the economic benefits that come with it proving out. And we see us reaching that saturation of wind and solar. That's where those resources really come in.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add. I mean, again, I run one of the main things I look at for tri-state is our generator interconnection. We've actually had requests for pumped hydro in the western slope. And again, whether or not those get built, I think they're gonna run into their own challenges. I mean, the reason for them makes complete sense. If you're closing dispatchable resources, you need something you can count on. You have a lot of wind or solar during the day or evening. It makes a lot of sense to be able to pump that water up and use it when you need it most. But again, when it ever gets built, that's the $1 million question. I'm glad I'm not on the front line trying to get that done. But in the end, I think they're both realistic options if you can find the right place and the technology's proven.
Brad McLeod, Excel Energy. I would add just briefly, I worked in and around 2 proposed pump hydro projects in the last 10 years here, and one that we were considering, right in Amy's backyard, and another one with another project that was up in Rio Blanco County, potentially to be a pumped hydro. Both of those would be off-chain. I don't think you're ever going to see it with Jared's one. I don't think you're ever going to see another on-channel hydro project anywhere. It's not going to happen. Even on bodies of water that currently have dams, the appetite to be able to put another structure for storage there is just not there. So they have to be off channel to it. And with that, they still have almost insurmountable challenges. Yeah, they're really cool. Technology is awesome, but it's highly unlikely.
Well, I would like to thank Ryan and Jared for joining us and Brad for identifying your colleague to join us here today. Thank you all so much for your time today. Please join me in welcoming and giving me a Right now, I'd like to turn it over to Derek as we will be reviewing some resolution.
All right, and if they'll be sticking around for lunch, so if you have more questions, feel free to catch them at lunch and continue the conversation. So, all right. Next on the agenda, we do have some resolutions up for review and updates. First of all, I'd like to thank the advisory group for the Energy Committee. I was a little late getting some material out to them, but the group kind of came together in the last 10 days or so and really reviewed and gave a lot of good feedback on these resolutions. On the list, you'll see 2, but we've also included, if we have time, a guiding principle that really has been in the work for probably a little over a year. We started developing it probably a year and a half ago. That really is probably ready to present to the board as well. So if we have time, we'll bring that up and it's in your path as well. So excuse me. So like to start with first, it is an amendment to EN -01-1. It's the National Energy Policy Support for, I believe this was last reviewed in like 2014, so this one's long overdue for review. Yeah, it was amended in 2014, so really going through this, it was a lot of updates, kind of bringing this policy, into the present day. I don't think we had a lot of big changes to it, other than including things like storage and new technologies, so elimination of some old language and old technologies as well. Tried to incorporate, Rayback had some feedback on this as well. We tried to incorporate some things like economics, things like that as well into this, but I know if anyone on the advisory group really wants to provide some additional input as well on this, and Brad, go ahead.
There, just for point of clarity, thank you to everybody else in the committee who spent some time on this, because they have. Mine is more of a reminder, but also kind of a question in general, also to be answered from Ann and Griffin. Obviously the substance is really what the policy committee has come back to work on in here. There are some things technically that may be grammatical. For example, the word of uncertainly would actually should be uncertainty.
I already fixed that.
And then for defaults. But that's for staff right there. We don't need to kill ourselves dotting i's and crossing t's and putting commas. What it really is making sure that we've got verbiage to substance and where it should be. And majority of this work, like with all our other committees, has been spent 90% of it prior to taking care. So I just want to commend them on a great amount of work and remind everybody else that has been invested in this process.
Thank you for that reminder, Brad. Yeah, it's, we try to do our best, but oftentimes with all the track changes, it's hard to catch all the little grammatical errors as well. So appreciate that reminder, Brad. Okay, do we have some comments, questions?
I want you all to remember that little lecture when we get to the other resolution.
It was meant for universal.
And on that, I see that.
Cindy?
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Cindy. So this, now that we have a motion and a second, we'll have discussion. Go ahead, Rachel.
Can we, Mike?
Hold on, please.
I'm just wondering, in the whereas, more of the national energy policy, following this. Why that second bullet point, with the fourth whereas was eliminated? I think it talks about the diverse energy portfolio, conventional, traditional, renewable, unconventional. Why was there a feeling that we needed to drop that paragraph? You talk about, otherwise, I think it's a really great cleanup of the resolution. It talks about later in the resolution, because I just don't know why you're talking about eliminating the diverse energy portfolio, which may include all these different items. It seems unnecessary to eliminate it in my mind.
So that was a comment and suggestion, if I'm incorrect, correct me, but by Miss Kathy Fackler, and it was already repeated and mentioned up above. So that's why we took out that specific part, is so that we're not being redundant and doing it 3 or 4 times throughout the same resolution.
Okay, thank you for that.
It's actually, just to clarify, it's in that therefore be it resolved part.
Yep, right here.
Kathy, go ahead.
I just have it's a small change that I would, the thing that starts out as first, whereas the energy policies of the past are still not working. This has, I think, been in there for 25 years. And is it really necessary, number one? And is it true all the time? And what does working mean? I mean, it's especially to start out the resolution with that. I just like to throw that out for discussion.
I think that that's a really good point. What if we would include something like the energy policies? Current energy policies are changing or evolving to acknowledge that that we're changing. Would that be more appropriate?
So I would actually suggest that perhaps that line is eliminated and our first whereas would begin with, whereas we need to develop a plan, an energy plan that ensures the nation will have adequate future supplies rather than depending on foreign energy.
And could you repeat that one more time for me?
Whereas, let's say this, whereas our nation needs to develop a plan, an energy plan that ensures we will have adequate future supplies and diminish dependence on foreign energy.
I see that as a blending of a second. And I think that's a friendly amendment. I would accept it as it being changed.
Our nation can use its finance.
The other piece is it starts the policy off on a positive note. And I would much rather prefer positive statements than negative. And it's what we want to see.
That ensures needs to develop a plan. That ensures continued.
Yeah, that's so. I mean
It's yeah. I'm switching the order of it. Yeah. Ensures you should have. Okay, let's see. Oh, come on. Nation needs to develop a plan that ensures.
To me, it needs to say it needs to develop an energy plan.
An energy plan that ensures the nation will have adequate future supplies.
Yeah.
To
add the word comprehensive again.
Develop a comprehensive energy plan. Energy plan that ensures the nation will have adequate future supplies to continue its independence.
To end its dependence on foreign energy.
Yeah. I was gonna change it to independence, but ends helps a lot. I don't have to change more. Ends. Dependence on foreign energy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that that's a mess, but I'll read it out. Our nation needs to develop a comprehensive energy plan that ensures the nation will have adequate future supplies to end its dependence on foreign policy, period. Yeah.
Okay, that amendment's been accepted as a friendly amendment by, on the motion and the second. Eric?
Just a nerdy former teacher thing, but we have nation. and
Twice,
sentence
I agree.
twice, and fix, change that.
Yeah, delete that.
Just needs to say it ensures adequate future supplies.
It looks like that the last added two sentences there look like they duplicate the sentences that are right above. Yeah.
Well, you could have just taken that our country part, but that problem about.
Yep. Thanks for that, Brad. So that we already have. Okay. That's in here, up here. And then. Do we, oh. Which wording do we like? Delete this one? Okay. Yeah. Because it says the same thing. I just don't know if we want this wording versus the other wording. Done.
It's in the second sentence, right?
The our health transportation jobs?
The answer.
Brittany, maybe read out the paragraph.
Yeah. Whereas our nation needs to develop a comprehensive energy plan that ensures adequate future supplies to end its dependence on foreign energy. Uncertainty of reliability and price has been harmful to businesses and consumers and is disruptive to local and regional investment. Reliable and affordable energy is the foundation of modern society. Oh, that doesn't make sense. And underpins every aspect of modern society. Maybe this is supposed to take out. I don't know. Our health, transportation, jobs, and economy and standard of living depend on it. And then the rest of this is all cut out.
I would suggest just deleting and underpins every aspect of modern society.
I'm gonna actually do this.
All right, we still have agreement that this is a friendly amendment to the motion and friendly second. Any other discussion?
And there is a phone ringing.
No phone. All right. Hearing no other discussion, we will have a vote. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay. This motion passes. We'll move on to the second, which is EN 25. 25-XX support for nuclear energy development in Colorado.
And just so everybody knows, this whole resolution is brand new, so it is all technically, it should all be in red, but it's easier to read it if it's not in red. So this is all brand new.
This is all brand new. This is a result of the spring.
The winter policy.
Or the winter policy meeting, sorry. Winter policy meeting is kind of held in spring, because we ran winter is.
Yes.
So yes, this is the result of that discussion. Questions, comments? Yeah, Kathy?
Move that we accept this resolution as drafted by the advisory group.
Who wants it? Fight over it.
We got Brad in for a second. Motion by Kathy, second by Brad. Any discussion on this policy? Support for nuclear energy development in Colorado.
I just want to disclose that I saw how excited Merrick was to second that, so I had to second it before he did.
All right, seeing no discussion, we'll have a vote. All in favor of EN 25-XX support for nuclear energy development in Colorado, signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes.
And we do probably have time for that last one.
All right, we have time for, this is a guiding principle. The new guiding principle that was developed, really started about a year and a half ago. So this one again should all be in red. Guiding principle is a general guiding principle for the energy committee.
And you will note that some of them do have EN 01-1 in there because we felt like having it all in one place is on there, but we wanted to let you guys know where it came from. And it could be maybe the idea of it and not necessarily the exact phrase that's over, but the content and idea behind it came from that resolution.
Okay. Questions, Kathy?
I move that we accept this as drafted by the advisory group.
Motion. Second by Cindy. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We need discussion on the guiding principle.
Yeah, good. The streets actually have a lot of questions and concerns. I feel like, I mean, there's things I just don't even understand. I don't know what an on-demand energy resource is in number one. Let me offer a couple of questions. And I wonder about number 5, to start out with, we're in favor of a market-driven environment. Having just supported nuclear energy and the federal and state investment in nuclear energy research to develop nuclear energy, I wonder if that's in fact a guiding principle of and then I wondered on number 8, whether local management decisions are best made. Is local management really an energy policy question? Does this belong in guiding principles of energy policy? Let me just start with those. And I apologize for not having weighed in the online conversation ahead.
All right, no, thank you, Chris, good questions. So in number 1, on-demand energy sources is basically a baseload type of term. It's basically energy that's 24/7. It's there when you need it type of term. So if we need to clean that up to, so it's more understandable, we can certainly do that. I think, I'll leave that up to Brittany since it's more of a guiding principle for staff. Is that easily understood?
I do understand that just because I've worked in the space and, you know, the terms around it at the legislative level, but I can see, you know, as we direct people to our policies, how that could be confusing. That's some of the cleanup that we did for our the National Energy Policy 1.2. We took out some unconventional terms and stuff like that. So I could see a cleanup of this being needed of that term.
Would reliable? No, I mean, not in some there, but, no. Resident like it.
What about readily available? What about readily available?
And it's not.
Okay.
It is to be specific for.
Otherwise, you just want.
What's this about? Oh, okay.
Merritt?
For indexes. So, first sentence, and I agree with Chris Trees there's some questions maybe with this one, and I actually maybe would suggest it goes back to committee. But
Okay.
even in the very first sentence, I'm not sure I like the word prosperous. I mean, we all have to be prosperous, have everything. And then I don't really like the word abundant. Why does it need to be abundant? The lights come on, does that mean that there's a whole bunch of energy that's not being used? I just want the lights to come on. I mean, switch. So I'm thinking maybe that sentence we could change abundant to reliable. I know that doesn't matter where on demand goes. But how about just modern societies rely on reliable? And I don't even know why we need diverse. Do we care where it comes from? We just want the lights to come on, right? I just think this one needs a lot of work, and maybe we should go back to it.
So are there people that weren't a part of the conversation on this one that would like to be a part of this conversation?
So call
Merritt, Linky?
We commit to being part of the conversation if we submit this back to the committee for consideration. I would make that a motion, an alternate motion. I'll second that. Okay.
As a matter of comment, I totally agree about the local government one needing to go. Just one other comment that you might think about.
Appreciate that. Jeff?
Well, just a couple of points of clarification.
Yeah.
This is the command, so when we send it back to the, I think what we're talking about is back to.
The advisory panel.
You're down tabling. Yeah, tabling, there's no sending it back anywhere, it's got. And then I agree with what's been said about the generalities of this resolution. When I read terms like local management decisions or the various challenges, I want some specific. Let's talk about the challenges we face and let's give the questions on those challenges and let's take a position on supporting the list, the power sources we support. Let's be out there and be clear about fossil fuels, having the necessary component as well as renewables. Let's talk about the types of power out there. Let's just add a lot of specificity so that someone reads it and knows the technical decision, not just general saying.
So might I ask Ms. Kathy Fackler and Ms. Cindy Dozier if they are okay pulling their motion? Okay. Actually, I'm going to leave this as history. And then we can consider the motion on the floor from Chris Treese, seconded by Merritt Linky, to send back to our advisory panel.
Okay, so we pulled the original motion, we have a alternate motion on the floor with a second. Is there any other discussion? Cindy?
Well, I just wonder if EN 01-1 is truly the only resolution that is included in this. And I just want to be sure that generally guiding principles would include multiple resolutions. I just want to be sure.
And we'll clean that up.
Actually, Cindy brought up a brilliant point. In all the other guiding principles that we have developed, we have taken the therefore be it resolves out of a lot of existing resolutions and actually rewritten them into the guiding principle. So that would provide the specificity that I asked for earlier, because I
Yes.
can pull those existing policies into a guiding principle.
And a lot of these came from a business resolution as well. So what we can do is take those statements and make them more specific to energy, business and regulations rather than just general business regulations.
All right, any other comments? Okay, the motion on the floor is we'll send this back to the advisory panel, for more work, and then we'll, go from there. So all in favor of sending this back to the advisory panel, signify by saying aye. All opposed? Okay, we'll send it back to the advisory panel. Thank you so much. That is all we have for the energy committee. I think lunch is here, so thank you again so much for everyone. Thank you again to the advisory panel for all your work on the policies. Thank you again to Sarah for your work on the committee and the presenters as well. Enjoy lunch, and we are adjourned.
And one note, we are a very strict timeline here for lunch because we have the Deputy Undersecretary of the Department of Ag coming to join us, and she has a very, very hard stop. So we will be gathering you guys about 10 minutes early because you guys can get settled in, and then we will get going.
But we need to start 10 minutes early because we have introductions before we can even get to her. She will not wait for us, okay?
Yeah, so we will call you guys back at about 12:50.
matter how long it takes us to do introduction. I'm gonna apologize right now, because typically we randomly accept questions across the room. We need some specific answers that I've gotten from various ag committee members. So I'm gonna be very rude to my friends and start by fielding a couple of the key big questions that she has an answer for. So just knowing we have a finite amount of time. The other thing is we tried to visit with her. She was on the agenda. The kids, gals worked really hard to get her on our DC agenda. And at the end of the day, I mean, it was the big vote. It was just not an easy time. And I don't blame her at all for slipping out of our schedule. So it might be a little bit more like a DC trip overview from her. But it's always, you always learn something. But one of the biggest problems, not problems, because we don't know how it's all gonna work out, is this whole reorganization happening from DC down. And drilling into that will be it have a lot of effect on Catherine's life. We have to make sure that we remember that she's natural resources undersecretary for the USDA. She doesn't do the farm program. So if you have farm program questions, she's not the one that you're gonna ask. They've got about 10 executive orders and special directives that they sent. And it happens about every 2 weeks, we get something new. Just yesterday, they're talking about removing 3 or 5 of the divisions from USDA into the regions. I mean, every 2 weeks, we're getting a major new announcement. So it may be very helpful, but I'm hoping after 10 minutes of even direct questions to her, then we have an opportunity before our second speaker comes, that we can discuss within ourselves, what are our concerns, what are the questions we can do something for chance to ask. And we're gonna ask her, who do we field these questions to, that's the policy level answer our questions. So it's a little different than most speakers. We usually get to the end of our questions. I have no hope of that today. I have no idea how it's going to work. So I just want you to know we're talking at a level that we don't usually speak to in our policy meetings. And I hope that you all bear with me, and we're gonna see how it goes. We have time to thank our sponsors. If you guys could leave anybody for sharing screens. So we need your, when it says go, we gotta go.
And you'll know when we pull it over that she's on.
Ready? I'm supposed to go through this whole list? Okay. First of all, good afternoon. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meeting. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in the front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone ready to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourself.
We can do that too.
Yep.
Oh, just go ahead.
Pull this one and make it bigger here. Drag it to make it down here and get it right on the line. Right on the line. Right here. Make it so that it has the little.
It's not.
Maybe try up here.
Can we just?
Right up here.
Okay.
Okay, well that works.
Yeah.
Online, we have Doug Monger twice. We have Kathy Melody Villard, Tom Harned, Tom on there twice as well, Veronica Medina, and Jen Gigarelli. I'm so butchering her name and I apologize.
Brady, you still want to introduce everybody, introduce themselves?
Let's not do that. We can let this for you.
Okay.
And we have one extra person to join you later. Reese, I'm going to embarrass you. Reese Melton, because he is National Resource Policy, thank goodness, more people. And you for, you're working with Blanco and.
White River Douglas Creek Conservation.
Okay, welcome, Reese.
She's not on yet.
Lastly,
She's not on yet.
I would like to thank our sponsors, venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Reception sponsored Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Committee sponsored Mark and Captain Fackler. And we appreciate very much there's the sponsors.
And remember all the directions on muting, don't turn yours on until somebody else turns off. I'm not sure that we'll always have time to do that with the undersecretary, but we will when we get our next speaker guest. So does everybody understand it's gonna be a little different? Forgive me already. Chris?
I'm not forgiving you yet, Barrett.
Merritt's ready to fight today.
Permission for committee chairs to be rude. I'm looking forward to Remember, that applies to Nancy, okay?
So since we do have a little extra time, I did send her a list. I tried to explain to her that you guys aren't novices in this area, so I really was hoping we could have a deeper conversation. I don't want an overview. US Forest Service and USDA. So, it looks like you ready to go.
That's
Well,
She's on.
okay.
We'll give her just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah, because she just popped on.
Are you talking about me?
We are.
Hi.
We welcome you. We thank you so much for working so hard to get us fit into your schedule. We were so sorry to miss you. We were in DC, but we also knew that they're in the middle of a big boat today we were in as a house, and it was just a crazy time. So we appreciate you finding somebody to speak to us when we were in DC. And so I also sent you a little blurb on who we are. So if you would just start, the massive people to know is you've actually worked on the GMUD on the Western Slope in your history, which makes it, you know, you're part of us. So with that, I'd like to introduce Undersecretary of USDA, but she's in charge of the natural resource part as opposed to the farm part. And if you want to do any clarification on that, please do. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. It's a little bit hard to hear you on your end, so I'm gonna do my best. I have probably like a little over 20 to 30 minutes to be with you all today. I have some prepared remarks, but really hope we can dive into some question and answers, which I think will be the most fruitful part of our discussion today. And as you mentioned, I started my career on the GMUG. I lived in Montrose and commuted to Delta every day and really enjoyed being able to ski and mountain bike in the same day. So as you all mentioned, my name is Kristen Sleeper. I'm the Deputy Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment here at USDA. That's a very fancy title to just say I oversee the United States Forest Service and our 193 million acres. As you sort of touched on, I've sort of spent a variety of time in Congress, on Capitol Hill, working for a trade association. I worked in the state of Montana for a long time, and then obviously started my career with the U.S. Forest Service. So happy to be here with you all, and thank you for your dedicated leadership to a place that I love and look forward to moving back to one day. I think Club 20 brings real world perspectives to all of the conversations that we're having here in DC, both in Region 2 with our Intermountain Regional Forester and across the nation. We can talk about anything from aging infrastructure, forest health. I know you all have several wildfires nearby, and recreation that's driving a lot of your local economies. I think what's not lost on myself and Secretary Rollins is that we do face real and significant challenges as it relates to wildfire risk, access, water availability, and infrastructure. But despite all of these challenges, we feel like we see real opportunity to make a difference and strengthen how we manage our public lands. And in fact, we think we're going to manage them. It's a new era of public land management. So here at USDA, we're focused on engaging with folks on the ground. There was a large announcement this morning about our reorganization, and it really focused on putting USDA's employees intermixed with the people that we serve. So there's 5 regional hubs. The Forest Service will be a part of that, but it will help us as we work to establish these sort of collaborative, practical partnerships that are grounded in the real world realities. And something that we're really focused on, there's sort of 4 key areas where we're really leaning in. And I'm not sure if you all had a chance to talk to Chief Schultz. I know you talked to Christine Daw on my staff, who was gracious to stand in for me when you all were here. But, we're really focused on 4 things: proactive forest management, expanding and safeguarding access to public lands, supporting grazing and multiple use management, and protecting the water resources that our communities use and rely on. And in order to do this, we're certainly not immune to the patchwork of landscape. We're a neighbor to a lot of folks. We want to be a better neighbor, and we want to make sure that you all have what you need to make decisions at the local level, supported by, in many cases, us, who are the largest landowner. So as I think about those different themes, I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on active forest management out of the gates. When we think about wildfire mitigation, preparedness, and response, these aren't just federal issues. They sort of demand a balance of preparation and response, but we really want to empower our state and local partners to bolster their capability to respond to wildfires. And so we have an interagency framework, we have robust partnerships, but we really want to focus our work and make sure that we're all aligned, that we're doing the right work in the right places. We also know that we have a lot of work to do to get our forest lands back into a healthy condition. We are endeavoring to deregulate our sort of ecosystem that we have in the Code of Federal Regulations. That also includes the roadless rule. I will say that the Colorado delegation, both congressional and the governor, have asked us to leave in place the Colorado specific roadless rule. That doesn't mean that there aren't problems that we need to solve. And I look forward to hearing from you all today where you think those problems are and how we can thread that needle moving forward. I'll also say access, as I mentioned at the outset, is really important to this. The challenge is obviously significant, but we really want to work with local communities and figure out how we can all work together to ensure that whether you're accessing our land for work or you're accessing our land for play, or to access your water, for example, or to move your cattle around, that we are doing our work to safeguard and maintain that access. So we've leveraged a lot. There's been a lot of executive orders, secretarial orders that have come out from the department. But, we really want to have an open dialogue with the people we serve who are using our landscapes every day to see where the gaps are, see where you'd like to focus our energy. We've been in office. I've been in office for about 6 months. We have 3.5 years to go, and I'm just encouraged by all of the ideas that have come from the ground up my way. And so I think with that, I'll just sort of wrap up and just say that we're committed to keeping all working lands working and ensuring our multiple use mandate is upheld. We want to make sure that we are responsive to the needs of the people we serve, and you think we're being good stewards of your dollars. We have a long history of working collaboratively together, and we hope we can continue to do so. And so with that, I'd love to open it up for Q&A or have a robust dialogue and talk about the things that you all are most interested in.
No.
So I'm going to start out with a couple of questions that are, let me know if you can't hear me.
I can hear you. It's just a little muffled on my end, but I got you there. You're going to start out with a couple of questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. The overall view of the reorganization was a question we had when we came to DC, because we've heard everything that there's going to be. You move from the total number of Forest Service regions now down to maybe 3 or 4. And if that's still on the books of something, I know it got held up in a lawsuit for a while. What would that do for Region 2 or Colorado specifically? One of the biggest concerns we have, and you might have known this when you worked here, we were one of the lowest funded forests in the country, regions. And so now we hear about more cuts to the Forest Service and some of the budgets and then to the future budget. So how do you see the new Forest Service? You said Forest Service would be in one of the 5 hubs. How do you see it evolving under the guidelines that you guys are working on now?
Yeah, I think, no, thank you for that question. Obviously, there was reorganization news this morning that came out. The secretary announced that USDA will have 5 regional hubs spread across the country. As we move forward and we think about what that looks like for the Forest Service, there was also a memo that was included as a part of that press release. And I think Courtney on my team is on the chat. She can drop the press release, or she's on the Zoom. She can drop the press release into the chat so you all can see that. But the memo really articulated that over the next year, we are going to phase out our regional offices. We are going to refocus on a zoned management structure, and more details will become aware. But the secretary was really clear that we needed to focus on middle and upper management. And I'll say, just from a financial standpoint, the Forest Service had an unsustainable headcount. We had funded a variety of employees with temporary dollars that were nowhere, that are no longer available to us. And so we had to right size our workforce. And we put a really thoughtful plan together that we look forward to engaging with stakeholders on. Today is what I would say is the very first step in what will be a longer process about where employees are moving and what our new organizational structure is going to be. But, the secretary has made it clear that we are going to phase out our regional offices. And I think that'll better allow us to meet the needs of the various states we serve, especially the 11 Western states where we have and maintain a large footprint. So we look forward to hearing from others and working with folks on what the right management structure looks like for us. But a reorganization for the Forest Service has been in the works for over 20 years. We're just the administration that is going to execute it and make sure that we're fiscally solvent for the next 120 years.
Do you think you're going to have enough money for doing all that reorganization? The funding is a big concern for ours when we had the number of employees that were the temps that we need, because they only work in the summer here. And then we have other teams that kind of are unknown because we're shifting wildfire fighting services over to the DOI. So are you keeping an eye on all of that? And are there unintended consequences that we can help tell you what we're seeing on the ground in terms of what happens to these people and where are you going to find these people?
Sure. I'll address your question in sort of multiple points. One, I am keeping a track on finances. Like I mentioned, we were fiscally insolvent. We were going to be in an unsustainable way, and we were not going to be able to make payroll. So we did have to make some decisions, and through President Trump's various initiatives, our employees were offered the deferred resignation program. At the Forest Service, we had around 4,000 individuals take advantage of that opportunity. We are also looking at strategic reassignments and redeployments of our workforce, and that is going really well. We've been able to fill various forest management, line officer, minerals and geology positions, and are moving sort of folks all across our system to make sure that critical vacancies are filled. I am aware that we were unable to hire what I would call a seasonal employee, a 1039. That decision was made by the Biden administration, and we carried it out given sort of the precarious fiscal situation. I do believe that seasonal employees are a part of our employment future and how we're going to execute on our mission, and we look forward to bringing them back next season. This fiscal year, obviously, as was already said and done, and was 1/4 of the way through when I stepped in the door. So we are paying attention to sort of what those needs are. We did need to change our workforce and our structure to accommodate something that can be sustainable for the next 120 years. So I know there's some vacancies at local levels that folks are concerned about. We're working on filling those to the best of our ability. And I think what you're watching is we're currently in an interim operating structure. We lost 4,000 employees, but if you take into account natural attrition and voluntary early retirement, we're in the order of 5,500 employees have left our organization. So we've been in the interim operating structure. We're excited that the secretary is ready to unveil the sort of USDA-wide reorganization plans and looking forward to what the Forest Service is going to look like. And as I mentioned, we don't have sort of the granular details that are ready for public consumption yet, but today just marks the start of what will be a long endeavor to make sure that we are set up for success and we have the right people in the right places and a headcount that's manageable to live within our fiscal reality.
And just 1 second before Nancy starts this time, I'm going to play with the volume. And if this is better or worse, let us know so that you can hear her a little bit better. Test it out, Nancy.
Is this better? It's loud in this room. I really appreciate that, and I want you to make, I don't want to sound like I'm blaming you at all for any of this. I know you have to navigate this like we do, but we have our multiple use based businesses that get concerned because Club 20 has always been very concerned about the balances of the multiple uses. And so if we can help you in any way as you navigate this and you have a question, we would very much like, we would pull together a think tank to help you figure out, because we have 7 national forests. We cover a lot of different counties, as you know. We have elected officials here, we have citizens, we have companies that are represented. So we would like you to know that we would like to be your assistant if you wonder how it's going to affect our part of the world. And you know how complicated we are.
No, I totally understand that. And I think what we're trying to balance is sort of the reality of how we execute a multiple use mission, right? When you have an inherently a multiple use mission, you're promising everything to everyone, right? Everybody wants their slice of the pie. Everybody wants to do it. And I think we're trying to figure out at a local level how we let you all, with your 7 national forests that you're dealing with, figure out what that balance is, and how we make sure that the line officers that you work with have the authority and autonomy to make the decision that makes sense for you. So when we think about the roadless rule, right, that's a one size fits all approach to how to manage over 1/3 of our land estate, right? 58.5 million acres. We should not be dictating that from Washington, D.C. We believe that's a decision that should be made at the local level and hope you all will continue to actively engage both with the forest, with here in Washington, D.C., our chief's office, and with myself on what needs to change, where the policy breaks are, and how we move forward and figure out a path that works for everybody without being too heavy-handed and sort of getting away from that multiple use management sort of by strangling folks and our decision makers with overregulation.
Thank you. I only have a couple more questions, so then you guys can help me figure out other people. But again, let's stay focused on her area of expertise. You talked about the roadless rule. This group worked very hard on the Colorado roadless rule, mainly because we were uniquely more at risk of a national one size fits all because we have so many acres of roadless. And now we have tier 1, tier 2. So we have a big, long history of working on that issue. So just keep that in mind. The other thing is you talked about all the executive orders and directives and suggestions and fact sheets. What we're concerned about is how do the forest plans, the existing resource plans, and we have conflict because BLM plans sometimes are more contentious than U.S. Forest Service plans. Is that still going to be a foundation for your actions on the ground? Because like the GMUG, as you know, just finished a forest plan. And then we get new initiatives and they're telling people to do something different. So what weight will forest plans have going forward?
Yeah, forest plans are still the guiding document for all of the individual project-based decisions that we make. I was happy, I worked on the GMUG forest plan when I was there 12 years ago, so I was happy to see that they've got that over the finish line. But when I think about forest plans, they are the overarching guiding document, and any executive order would have to be in compliance with that and aligned with that. Ideally, we could get a forest planning process and a cadence that does not take 3 decades to complete. We've done some revisions to our NEPA processes where I think we can speed up that process and get onto what I would call a socially acceptable timeline to revise a forest plan. They're meant to be living, breathing documents. They're not meant to exist for 30, 40 years. Someone told me this morning, getting a little long in the tooth on some of your forest plans. Some of them are really outdated, but they still are the overarching guiding document that we have to comply with. And that's written in our statutory framework, Section 7 of the National Forest Management Act. So they're not going anywhere. I think with the executive orders and the secretarial orders and a lot of the direction coming from the Chief of the Forest Service are meant to give our employees more of an idea of where to prioritize and how we want to move forward. So certainly we've talked a lot about timber. We've talked a lot about wildfire risk reduction. We've talked about energy development, all things that I know are alive and well on the western slope of Colorado. But it's up to our local land managers to figure out what portion they see. I met with a district ranger the other day who does not have a commercial timber program and was worried about that. She was like, the president wants us to focus on active forest management, and on my ranger district, we do not have a commercial timber program. She's meant to focus on hazardous fuels reduction, tourism, recreation, all of the things that her district wants. And so you're going to see a lot of initiatives and us push down and sort of flatten out the agency. It's not a one size fits all. Whatever works for you and your forest and the overarching documents and your local communities that they're engaging with on a regular basis. We've heard a large concern about public comment and public engagement. None of that will change. We have statutory requirements that we're going to comply with, but we are trying to give our employees a sense of urgency of where, if they have additional resources, where they should focus, where they could focus, and maybe where we'd encourage them to think about differently about how they can go get work done, versus a spread the peanut butter approach where we say every single program is important and we're going to do all that. We're just trying to get back to basics and get back to our statutory framework and allow our local leaders to make the decisions that they need to make to manage the lands that they're entrusted to do so.
Thank you. The last question that I was given was, with all these different directives, they're different than the past administration had to follow. And the question is can any of this get codified so we can rely on it long term?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm happy to say that the one big beautiful bill that was just recently signed into law did a little bit of codification of some of the timber endeavors. For example, it makes us stair step over the next 10 years, our timber target. We have to add 250 million board feet per year over the next 10 years, right? That is now codified. So even if the administration changes, that's still the law of the land. I think we're thinking a little bit about accountability and how that looks and if that how we make sure that it's, durable and an administration chooses not to ignore that law. But we're excited about that. I also think we're committed to getting permitting done in a faster and more realistic and modern way. And those are things that can't and won't be undone, right? I think it's a bipartisan issue. I don't think anybody wants any kind of project to be hung in permitting, no man's land for 8 to 10 years, have two administrations come from, have it end up in court and need a judicial remedy to get solved. And so we're really looking at streamlining and institutionalizing some of the processes that we have in place in hopes that they, won't be able to sort of have the pendulum swing happen before. Easier said than done, but I think you can tell by our aggressive approach in the first 6 months that we mean business. A lot in Trump #1, a lot of these endeavors were coming online in the last year and it was simply too late. We came in, we had a plan, and we're executing on that plan. And I think you can expect us to continue at this pace, if not faster, for the next 3.5 years to ensure that things are not easily undone and we have new ways of doing business and new regulations. And it's just easier to partner with us, I think, at the end of the day.
Appreciate that. We're getting ready for questions, so be thinking of a concise. I don't want to lecture first, but I just want questions. And I wanted to mention one thing from past administrations. A lot of wildfire-ready watersheds are driven by WUI. And so we were seeing a lot of funding going to the Front Range of Colorado, which is very important. There's a lot of WUI. But we were seeing less and less funds coming to the western slope of Colorado. And we were assured we'd get money, and we found it never showed up. So there is a tension, like within our own state. You talked about a tension between states, different parts of the country. But we have a little chip on our shoulder because we don't think that they have been attentive to the western slope priorities as high as it was the western front. That's just a comment. We had a great big conference in 2022 called Forest Water Towers of the West, because we know we're a headwater state and we're very important because of the watershed, water supply, water quality. So we really dug deep into that. So that's just a little of our history. And now we can take questions from my crowd. And I know Merritt had his hand up. Rachel and Callie. And so we'll start with Merritt, Callie. I saw Rachel. Okay, so start with Merritt.
This is Merritt Linky, Grand County. Promise not to give a speech or a lecture. As you know, Grant County is headwaters of the Colorado River, and as you may also know, Grant County is home to the second biggest fire in Colorado, the East Troublesome Fire. So, without going into a lot of details, we did talk about the roadless rule, but we also kind of didn't talk about is what happened in that fire, or at least parts of that fire that became designated somehow magically as a wilderness study area. And that goes through becoming a de facto wilderness area without jumping through the hoops of being a wilderness area. So effectively, there was no logging, no grazing, and even the tourism hiking didn't work out very well because the trees are so jackstrong you couldn't even walk through it. So how can we ensure that this long-term forest management for those kind of things and these wilderness study areas don't get to become the norm? Thank you.
Certainly, and I hope you all engage Capitol Hill on the inevitable fate of wilderness study areas. Obviously, I hail from Capitol Hill, and so it is Congress's job to sort of release those areas, and I hope that they do so expeditiously. The studying has been done. They either have wilderness character or they do not, and I would love for them to be returned to our active land management base where it's appropriate to do so. I think you're touching on a problem that we see a lot of different places. We've seen it with roadless. You mentioned all the funding going to WUI. You know, we have about 24 million acres of WUI that are in roadless areas, right? Or immediately adjacent to communities. And what we're trying to do is give the flexibility to manage where we know we need to manage to reduce that fire risk. Simply stated, you know, every year from here on out is likely going to be a very difficult fire year. It's hotter, it's drier, our forests are overstocked. We don't have all the resources when we need them. You all had a lightning bust, I think it was last week, that was terrifying and impressive. And you got a lot of fires really quickly on that landscape. Luckily, we were able to put some resources on some of those in many cases, but you know, we're just thinking through different ways to make sure that we can access the land to do the management that the science agrees with, right? This is not a red or blue or purple issue, right? Nobody wants their communities to burn. We don't want to lose the value of the trees on the landscape for the American taxpayer and all of those things. And so I think you're seeing us work in multiple domains to try to address this, to try to sort of undo some of the shackles that have prevented us from doing work in the very places that we know we need to do it. So not a perfect answer to your question, but please work with Congress on wilderness study areas. I say that as a private citizen.
Sounds like she's on our side. Okay.
So good afternoon, Callie Scritchfield from Rio Blanco County. And I just want to give you a couple of good things that are happening on the ground. So I was talking with our forest supervisor the other day, and he talked, because they're operating at about 60-65% staff. And the thing that he said that was so impressive to me was, you know, we are just having to rethink how we do things. I'm working to help my specialist working on NEPA to understand they don't have to analyze every little tiny detail, only analyze what's really critical, important, that makes a difference in our area. And that spoke volumes to me. That's what we've been needing. So just know that it is working. I mean, it's challenging, it's frustrating, but we all knew we had to go through this. The other thing I would just say, my family is very, has been significantly impacted by one of the bigger fires there over by Gateway and Grand Junction. And my sister is the one that's got the permit there and has said that the staff has been amazing to work with and let them, I mean, I don't think they've lost a single cow. It's about 18,000 acres. A lot of it was their permit. Everything's going well. So just thank you and let those staff know we appreciate them.
I appreciate hearing the good news. I will say that we do have talented staff that are everywhere and they are doing the best, given the uncertain times that we've been working through. I'm optimistic now that we're in the second phase of reorganization and employees have more certainty about the direction we're going, about our expectations of them, and their, what I would say, environmental analyses should be, getting those right sized, making sure that they have the resources to do what they need to do. We appreciate the creative thinkers, and we have a whole new generation of leadership that's now stepping up to the helm. And I think you're going to see a lot of creativity and a lot of willingness to help folks and get the right work done in the right places. So appreciate the good work. I probably have time for one more question.
That's perfect.
Hello, thank you for being here with us and for all your hard work back in Washington, D.C. My name is Rachel Richards. I'm a former Pickens County Commissioner and currently the Mayor of Aspen. We are in the White River National Forest District, and that returns more money to the federal government than any other forest district. But these budget cuts are really hitting the recreational and the safety quality in a big way. We no longer have the staffing for cleaning the restrooms at the campsites. We no longer have people maintaining the campsites. We have one person instead of three who are clearing trails and deadfall from the prior year. And the NEPA staff was reduced in this district to one person. And that one person was then called over to manage the Maroon Bells recreational, the most photographed site in North America. Yes, I want to know, how are we going to really restore the services that the thousands of visitors daily expect in our communities? This draw is incredibly important to our economy. We are backfilling right now with our city budget, we're backfilling with our county budget, and we cannot do that for multiple years. I'm really concerned that this is just a setup for selling off the public lands once they're no longer appropriately managed. Okay, I'm sorry, I tried to be shorter than I could, but I want to know how, the whole federal government is insolvent, not this, or we wouldn't be having $3 trillion worth of new debt from the big, beautiful bill. How are we going to really manage these for fire safety and for the recreation value that all Americans expect out of their public lands?
Well, I appreciate your comment. I think you brought in a lot of different topics there, some of which that I don't personally agree with about our approach to public land management. But what I can say is we are aware of the recreation challenges that we have. We are aware of the staffing challenges that we had, though we inherited those. There are a lot of places where we're thinking of using innovative partnerships and working with states to sign new agreements to get that work done on the ground. We've seen a lot of success in realizing what we can and cannot do. We used to be an agency that had the staffing and had the funding for these robust org charts that no longer exist and we no longer will be funded for. And so while we understand that folks, especially this season, given we did not have seasonals, again, which was a decision that was made by the prior administration, we are aware that there are challenges that we are facing, and we're thinking creatively about that, and our leaders have the authority to redeploy their staff where they need it most, especially in these recreation-dependent communities. We're seeing the same thing happen on the Wasatch Front in Utah. And in terms of disposal of federal lands, I think I'll just say our statutory framework is very clear how and when we are allowed to dispose of lands. And I would encourage you to take a look at that to see what we can and cannot do in the future moving forward. Should Congress give us additional authorities, we will be prepared to execute on those.
Will your department have a position on the federal funding bill that's coming forward to further cut the Forest Service budgets this fall?
We support the president's budget.
I want to thank you for your frankness. We know what you were placed in. We understand there's things we need to work through. Thank you, Callie, for bringing that up. It's not just recreation, it's across the board. So here's a question for you.
I actually am going to have to hop off, but I really appreciate you all spending some time with me. I only had 30 minutes today, and I've got to run off to a regulation meeting, but you all know how to get a hold of me and my staff, and I hope we can keep having a dialogue. There's a lot going on, and Colorado is a really important stakeholder in that, especially you all on the Western Slope.
Who would you tell us to send our questions to as we comes up with a list of maybe issues that we need clarification on?
You can work with Courtney Stevens here. She can put her email in the chat and she can get it routed appropriately.
Wonderful.
Thank you so
That's
much.
what we were hoping for. Thank you very good. Thank you for putting up with me, but we didn't want to get into some of those rabbit holes because we can't get out in 5 minutes or 1 minute or 2 minutes. So I think we're going to need to talk about some of those and get them down so we have them. Rachel, so that we can rationally say Western Slope why, these are issues and these are why. It's hard. Right now we're trying to come up with answers. And it's hard to come to consensus on how to get through it. So I just think we have to be very gracious to somebody that was willing to spend a half an hour with us. And I knew we didn't have much time. So thank everybody for being patient. The questions weren't generated by me 100%. I was making phone calls because I wanted to make sure various pieces of the ag community. And again, she doesn't know the farm issues. We have a lot of farm issues coming our way too. And I would have liked to have asked her who to refer us to for some of those. The NRCS, we have Robert Sakata here. What are the state issues we're finding with some of the new directives coming from the feds? So when I asked to be quiet, it's because we had a lot of territory to cover. So I apologize. I apologize to the farmers on the ground because it was really hard to get to their kind of issues. Because these are recreation, forest fires, those kind of things, and that's ag is every bit as impacted by it as PLNR. We're so interconnected with water. Oh, Mr. Question. So anyway, so I appreciate you. I knew it would be difficult to try to cover all the things that has been hitting her. It's going to hit us. It doesn't make sense, which my forest supervisor asked me to ask. I even checked. We met with Steve Lord at the U.S. Forest Service when we were in DC, and he has questions. It's all evolving and it's very frustrating. So thank everybody. I am so glad she came and was willing to carve out a half an hour of time for Club 20. But I think it's because she understands who we are, what our history has been. So I think it's pretty impressive how hard Andrea had to work to get this done. So thank you, Andrea. You're welcome. And with that.
Is that a lecture?
Yeah. Stop.
That was like.
We're actually on time. Casper's right here. But I do think we will need to have a process. Because don't you guys all still have questions? So maybe the first thing that you guys can think about doing is email me with your questions. You had a question you would have asked if we'd had our member. Let me know what they are and we'll try to figure out a process. We'll have our advisory committee work. And I apologize for not typically, I usually email everybody on my advisory committee a lot more than I did this year, but every 2 weeks we were getting another new initiative and I couldn't even keep up. So.
And we'll make sure to get the memo out to everybody as well,
Yes,
that they put in here.
And I have an advisory committee and I don't know if new people like Reese would love to be on my advisory committee. Just a little bit of pressure. And we've worked really hard on the wolf initiative. Just keep in mind, rivers, wolves, this all interconnects with farming. And so we've been kind of attentive to many different issues. So I'm glad we got the USDA to visit with us. And I think we're ready to move to our second speaker. So now you guys are going to be very happy. I'm turning the meeting over to Ron.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate all the work you've done on that. On a lighter note, we have a guest. I've known the guest for a parent home. I've known him a long time. I appreciate him taking the time to come up and talk to this group about some of the issues that are going on around the state on referendums, on initiatives that are going on, ones that we've already had in the past, some that we're going to be putting up with in the future. But Gaspar, just to give you a little bit of history about Gaspar, actually, I remember you're from here, right? I am. His grandfather was more than a district judge. I know he was involved with the San Luis escapade. I mean, it took like 30 years, and his grandfather fixed that problem, which I'm glad. But Gaspar is from here. Right now, he works with Firestone Strategies. He is well versed in policy development and analyst. He is involved in political strategy, planning, and lobbying. He has worked for the state, federal, and private entities, also nonprofit. He worked for DNR under a previous governor. And he founded the Bull Moose Sportsman's Alliance and was the president and CEO till about 2014. He has served on the CPW Commission when individuals like Gaspar knew what was going on, and he knew about landowners, he knew about sportsmen, he knew about citizens, and how to just dealt with it. And he did a damn good job. And so he also was on the GOCO board. And I just want to appreciate Gaspar taking the time so that and what he's going to be talking about, not just this one thing, but one of the reasons we wanted to have him up here was talk about the Colorado Wildlife and Biodiversity Protection Act initiative, which would supersede the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission and other entities. Would involve water, landowners as a big complications. So Gaspar, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. That was probably too kind of an introduction. I will do that. I did not bring a lecture today, but Ron did ask if I would spend a little time kind of going over the history of ballot measures in Colorado and what we have seen in the concept of the evolution of ballot measures, which have largely been weaponized by a handful of urban demographics that have not panned out well for folks in this room, and I think generally speaking, Western Slope interests. And so I've got a short presentation, kind of a lay of the land, a little bit of history, and then happy to dive into any questions if folks happen to have any particular questions with respect to the ballot measures that are being considered or proposed this year. I've discovered over the last several years that ballot measures are a little bit befuddling to the general public. You know, at their basic root, they are a concept of direct democracy. Date back to the early establishment of the country in Switzerland. South Dakota was the first state in the nation to employ a direct democracy ballot initiative process in the late 1800s. And the general concept here is a platform for the public to be able to express their opinions by sidestepping legislative engagement. And that is the concept of a ballot initiative. There are 26 states nationwide that offer some variety of direct democracy engagement. Colorado is unique. We are one of only 2 states that offers the suite of initiative processes, including statutory, constitutional amendment initiative process, and then preferred referendums as well. We have, on many occasions, I think, benefited from this tool of direct democracy. And I think in several instances, most predominantly, what we will get to in our discussion today, been the victim of it. It's a sword that cuts on both sides and sometimes equally well on each side. And so there are a couple of initiatives that I think folks are most familiar with. The first of which would be the statutory initiative, which just simply makes changes to statutory law. Colorado also authorizes, by way of citizens initiative, a constitutional amendment. Those standards are different based on a rate of the bar, which I'm sure many folks in this room were involved with several years ago, where we reformed the criteria and the requirements for what allowed for initiatives on constitutional amendments versus statutory initiatives. It is now the case in Colorado that in order to get a idea onto the ballot or a referred initiative, I'm sorry, a citizens-led initiative onto the ballot, you need 2% of the entire electorate, I'm sorry, 5% of the entire electorate for the votes cast for the Secretary of State in the previous general election. In 2006, that number comes out to 124,238. The same criteria is also true for constitutional amendments, but as a result of the Raise the Bar initiative, there is a geographical requirement associated with that, whereby you have to pull a certain baseline percentage, 2% from all of the Senate districts across the state. The thinking there, of course, is Denver can't dictate constitutional amendments in and of themselves, and it requires a little bit of statewide investment to get a constitutional amendment on the ballot. The other thing that I think is often overlooked is that there is an awful lot of work that occurs on initiatives prior to them being placed onto the ballot. This is a 30,000-foot overview of that process, but when you file for a citizens initiative, it does not just immediately go onto the ballot. First, you have to apply with the Colorado General Assembly through the Colorado Legislative Council. It's a two-step process. The Legislative Council is responsible for looking at kind of the merit-based substance of the legislation. They will help the petitioners write the draft in a way that is consistent with the underlying intent. They will hold hearings and offer opportunity for objections and appeals through this process. And then on the occasion that the Legislative Council approves a measure, it then goes on to the title board, which is a wholly different section outside of the legislature. And they focus more on the legality and the structure of the question itself. They are responsible for determining if a initiative is, meets the standards for single subject. In Colorado, every initiative can address only one subject at a time. Can't tuck in a Christmas tree list of ideas. And then they set the final approval that would allow a petitioner to go out and begin soliciting signatures to get it onto the ballot itself. In Colorado, you've got 6 months to collect signatures and not a day longer. However, if you file a petition late enough in the season, you do always need to submit your final petitions no less than 3 months before the day of the election. A lot of times what we will see is groups will come in and present an initiative to Legislative Council. They'll hear the opposition's objection. They'll take stock of that and make changes to their language and then refile another initiative in a way that they think will be more advantageous to their cause. Sometimes they're changing language, sometimes they're omitting ideas altogether. We witnessed this on 127 where they made 3 different runs at it before they finally landed on the final initiative language that actually got by the ballot process. So all this is to say, opportunities for engagement begin an awful long time before people recognize that there is an opportunity to engage, which is why I think it's timely that we start talking about the initiatives that are teed up for 2026 right now. Many of these, and I tried to highlight some of the initiatives that we've witnessed in Colorado that interface with the agriculture and the wildlife community. And there have been many of them. Some of these date back to Ron's time at CPW. Some of these have been constitutional, like the trapping. Others of these have been statutory measures, like spring bear hunting. We obviously saw the wolf introduction in 2020, Initiative 16, or the PAWS Act, as people became aware of it as. And then most notably, this one that we all fought last time around with Proposition 127. I highlight these examples for 2 reasons. The first of which is it wasn't that long ago that the animal welfare community, which is largely the proponent behind these initiatives, had either sufficient means, political support, or resources to even really warrant a counter movement from our community. The days have come and gone, I believe, where we can sit idly by and just trust that wildlife management decisions, that agriculture policy will always be informed by science or sound policy and be administered by wildlife professionals or policy experts of the Department of Agriculture. we have taken what have historically been kind of isolated and solitary policy matters and thrust them into the court of public opinion in a way that has given some of the proponents of these ideas a new opportunity to make social appeals to the general public while intentionally sidestepping some of the criticism that is often associated with earnest debate at the legislature and at the commission level itself. And so it might be a little too hyperbolic to say that the initiative process has been weaponized, but it is certainly trending in that direction. And the overwhelming majority of these sentiments, again, are being born out of urban demographics who are, you know, pretty dramatically removed from the lifestyle and the policies that we are all accustomed to. So what's on the docket for 2026? The first of which, and I suspect many of you in the room are already aware of it, Proposition 113, which is an initiative to end the wolf reintroduction. We'll get into each of these in more detail. That is the only one that has been approved by the title board that is pertinent to this community or to Club 20, I think generally at the moment. I maybe misspoke there. There's a couple of other housing authority ones that probably are of interest to Club 20 as well. And then we've got the next three, 52, 82, and 98, which are all currently within the legislative council process, have not yet been given approval to move on to the title board, nor has the title board hearing been set to date. Although we do anticipate that it will mature to that point. Ron, do you have a quick question? Oh. I also don't know if this is going to be the end of the list. I do anticipate that we might see maybe 2 or 3 more of these before they actually advance one to the title board. You will notice the title is rather consistent throughout. So moving back to Initiative 13, this one is a very interesting. On face value, stop the wolf reintroduction by December 31st, 2026 seems like a pretty reasonable expectation and a pretty sound idea. I don't argue with that. Herein lies some of the concern that has been raised by leadership in the agriculture community and the sportsman community across the board. And in fact, we have all collectively signed a letter in opposition to this. I want to state pretty clearly, it's not that we disagree with the underlying intent to put a pause on any continued wolf reintroduction, except for this matter. They just missed a little bit on the policy. The language you see below is language that was pulled out of Proposition 114. The bolded language is effectively the language that would be reinserted if Initiative 13 were to be approved. I don't think it is that likely, in all honesty, that we will see Initiative 13 make its way onto the ballot. They're having a tough time raising money right now. There doesn't seem to be an awful lot of coalition support behind it. The thing that was of greatest concern to our community about this was it offers very little return on investment. I think everybody understands that by December 31st, 2026, the wolf reintroduction effort will have largely been completed. With that said, there's no harm in it passing either, except for this. Except for this, it will require a campaign to ensure that it passes. There is consequences if it fails, and we will be diverting resources from otherwise needed pots of funding for 98 and for whatever else comes our way. And so in light of that, in light of the fact that we don't really get an awful lot out of this if it were to pass, in light of the fact that it will require a significant campaign and associated revenue to ensure that it does succeed, we've all come out in opposition to it. So moving on to Initiative 98. I don't even know where to begin on this one. I suspect many of you have seen it. It is so horribly written, I cannot believe it wasn't submitted in crayon, frankly. The short title, Colorado Working Lands and Wildlife Corridors Act, is very intentionally driven by the animal husbandry, animal welfare, anti-hunting community across the board. And what they are proposing is nothing shy of a wholesale restructuring of the way in which the state administers wildlife management, in which they issue permits associated with development around wildlife management, and It is a pretty neatly targeted effort at the agriculture community as well. In plain reading, the 4 bullet points there are effectively what the bill will do, which is the establishment of a new commission, the establishment of a habitat stewardship network, excuse me, the establishment of a conservation and biodiversity protection fund, and then it authorizes a 0.5% statewide sales tax to administer the operations of the program. And we'll dive into each of these. So the wildlife and ecosystem conservation, the easiest way to think about this as proposed is that it would be a standalone entity, shoulder to shoulder with the current Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. It doesn't necessarily in the language bifurcate what roles the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission, as currently statutorily authorized, would administer, but it does spell out pretty clearly what this new standalone commission would be responsible for. And I pulled out a list of the greatest hits. They are creating law in a way that we have not seen previously attempted in Colorado by allowing, well, it frankly usurps a lot of the existing authority that exists within the Colorado General Assembly. But it gives this new commission the opportunity to replace the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission in the occasion that a judge were to deem the operations of Colorado Parks and Wildlife as inconsistent with the goals of the state, pretty broadly interpreted. It gives them additional authority to designate species as endangered under Colorado Endangered Species Law, which is different than the Federal Endangered Species Act. It also creates a new categories of species protection known as keystone species. And it gives the sole jurisdiction on determination of what species qualify as keystone species to the new commission. There are no guardrails or no definitions as to what the eligible criteria would be, but it does endow them with the authority to list species as keystone as they see fit. In concert with that comes a whole host of restrictions and mitigation measures associated with the management of keystone species, including ecological impact assessments. What I thought was particularly unique about the authority that was granted to them under the independent assessment is that they almost assert an element of eminent domain whereby they imply that landowner approval is not required to undertake these assessments. So in the occasion they were to identify areas, public or private, I'm sure this would be litigated, but the plain reading of the text indicates that they would be able to trespass on private land without landowner approval to conduct these impact assessments. In the occasion they find something that they warrant requires mitigation, they can put down a list of recommendations for mitigation, minimization, and compensation that would be subject to virtually any project. And I think about this in the context of grazing allotments on prairie dog colony type areas. I think about this in the context of, frankly, the development of stock ponds or loafing sheds. But even more predominantly, and we'll get to this later, it also allows them to assert their authority for housing development and major infrastructure projects as well. The last thing that it does is that it develops a voluntary conservation program for private landowners and businesses. This is in many ways pretty resemblant of the current conservation easement program that we have in the state, where landowners can offer a portion of their land in donation to a land trust and be eligible for tax credits in return. So the second thing that this does is the wildlife and ecosystem conservation, or I'm sorry, you might ask yourself who makes up this new commission. I don't know that we necessarily need to work through all of this, but I will note right off the top, it did specify what the disqualifications for membership were, which includes industrial agriculture. The process here is also a rather unique one by comparison to the appointments of other boards and commissions around the state, where generally speaking, the governor holds the prerogative. This requires recommendations to be put forward by third-party independent organizations in many cases. with pretty narrow criteria. Suffice it to say, there's probably nobody in this room that would find themselves eligible to serve on this commission. So the next thing that it does is create the Habitat Stewardship Network. We have seen similar types of efforts to this undertaken by Colorado Parks and Wildlife and their connectivity assessment, which was put out a couple of years ago. This is being framed in the context of migration corridors. When you dive a little bit deeper, you realize that there are several more layers to the onion than just protecting migration corridors, which frankly the state's done a pretty sufficient job at to date. But it does offer some opportunity for landowners that I think in some cases could be rather appealing. I mean, we'll be fair where it's due here. It is in many cases duplicative of existing grant opportunities through CPW, existing federal funding opportunities for wildlife crossings. It is in no way addressing a problem that is not currently being addressed either through existing federal programs or current operations within Colorado Parks and Wildlife and DNR. And then there is the ever looming question of how do we pay for this in the occasion it were to pass. Unlike most type 1 agencies, which is what CPW is, that is funded primarily through a user fee associated with the operations and services that an agency provides. This goes directly to the voters and applies a statewide sales tax of 0.5% across the board. It also allows the commission to be the recipient of fines and penalties assessed under the article, of which I suspect there would be clinical fundraising opportunity for it. And then there is also opportunities for the commission to receive gifts, grants, and donations from philanthropic interests as well. All the money in the fund is intended to be used solely for the purposes as is outlined in the roles and responsibilities of the commission itself. I will tell you this, and Ron can back me up here. We have tried on several occasions. Oh, I forgot to mention too, it also requires a one-time general fund distribution of $2.5 million to get this thing off the ground at a time where the General Assembly simply does not have $2.5 million to allocate for this purpose. So I also thought it might be of some value and we don't need to get into great detail yet because we frankly do not know which of these initiatives are going to proceed to the point where they're going to warrant a campaign to be developed around them. But I thought it would be of some value to just kind of briefly put in everybody's mind the type of things that are necessary to get ahead of this. Obviously, there's an organizational structure that needs to be in place to formally file an opposition. There are Colorado laws that require electoral engagement to go through proper legal channels. In many cases, 501c3s are prohibited from engaging in that type of political activity, which requires then the development of a 501c4, a PAC, or another independent organization. Coalition development, as we all saw through 127, can be a pretty effective tool. It takes a long time to develop and you want to start very early on. We have seen over the years where proponents beat you to the game a little bit and start to splinter out and fraction your community with lies and misinformation. That has been a very effective tactic for them in the past. And so starting early on your coalition development is a worthwhile endeavor. And then of course, there's the social science piece. Polling and survey data is always very beneficial. Understanding your audience. We understood pretty early on in 127 that we wouldn't always be the best spokesman to the people that we needed to talk to. And what we learned through the survey data is the people we needed to talk to don't attend meetings like this. We were largely pushing on an open door, spending any dollars, talking amongst ourselves. The demographic we needed to be speaking to was largely reminiscent of kind of what people generically think of as that suburban soccer mom community. That, 18 to 34 female demographic of moderate political influence. Understanding how you need to talk to them and who you need to talk to is 80% of the game. Developing the campaign around that is the second half. And then, of course, these things are expensive. I think we spent upwards of $5.6 million fighting 127, and that was done, frankly, relatively on the cheap because we had so much sweat equity and so much community development and coalition support that they were able to piggyback a lot of our messaging in a way that didn't come at an expense to the campaign itself. So happy to dive into any of this in greater detail. That's what looks like it's heading our way. The one other thing that I will note is there's been a lot of conversation about a right to float measure. We do not yet know if that is going to come in the form of a referred measure or a straight bill and statutory effort at the Capitol, but there's been enough chatter about the possibility of it being a referred measure. I'll throw that on the list as well. So with that, I will shut up and field any questions.
Thank you, Gaspar. And I've been remiss. I wanted to make sure I missed. Gaspar is the chairman of the Colorado Wildlife Protection Project, and you would think it's only sports clubs within Colorado. It's not. It's nationwide, and that's really helped. And I'll guarantee it's been effective. And in addition to Gaspar, there's another gentleman by the name of Dan Gates. As they work collaboratively together between these two organizations, that's where it has proven effective. And I just wanted to thank Gaspar, but I was remiss in not mentioning that. So do we have any questions?
Bonnie and Chris behind you.
The Colorado Rivers Association. This is just actually a CPW strategic planning question, since I want to take advantage of your expertise with you being here today. Is there, since they're looking at their 10-year plan, is there a pathway forward to get Division of Wildlife decoupled from the cannibalization of Parks Division and get us back where we need to be on that?
It's a very good question. Next one. Look, it is a good question. I served previously on the Division of Wildlife Commission, and then also was on the commission during the merger. And I undeniably thought that by this point in the formation of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, just by way of attrition, we would have found ourselves in a very different spot than we have. It's not the case. And with the merger has certainly come a culture clash that has, in many cases, put at odds the staff opinions from the wildlife side and the staff opinions from the recreation side. Also in concert with that has been, I think, a greater acceptance or an evolving philosophy within the agency that has become more sympathetic and more receptive to some of the rewilding efforts. Therein lies, I think, the concern of the combined agency. It's easy to look back and take assessment of missteps. And I think if we were to look back, there are many missteps with the merger to point to. I think the question that needs to be asked at this point in time is, what does the next 10 years look like from a wildlife management perspective? And as much as, you know, everybody in the outdoor recreation community kind of plays under one tent, the vast expanse and the growing population of outdoor recreation is, I think, growing in prominence in terms of concerns for wildlife management. And so the prospect of pulling the two apart in some ways might help rectify some of those ills that we've seen currently. I think it also brings with it significant risk that outdoor recreation would exist independently of Colorado Parks and Wildlife in a way that could potentially be even more damaging to protection of wildlife habitat and wildlife management. The history of CPW engagement, public recreation, leaves a lot to be desired. They have not always been consulted on the front end, but often find themselves as an evaluative tool on the back end. And I don't think the scenario whereby outdoor recreation being managed independently of Colorado Parks and Wildlife probably yields a whole lot of dividends moving forward. So that's my thought. I'll be as bold as to say I'm not a proponent of the idea, but I do sympathize with the underlying.
Thanks, Gaspar, and it's interesting because this type of topic has even been presented among the group, and that they have different opinions about what it is. One of the things that I have discovered, and keep in mind, I was a part of the merger, okay, only because I was trying to save wildlife. It wasn't about parks. It was what they were going to do to wildlife. So, but I will say that when you talk to individuals that are on the wildlife side that have been there for a while, not the recruits, because they don't know any different, but people that have been there for a while, the mission of the Division of Wildlife is totally, on the wildlife side, is totally different than the mission for parks. And that has created a problem, and that's what Gaspar is talking about. And as individuals that are working within the outfit, it's hard for them to come around and say, it is okay to put a trail through a calving area or a fawning area, or an area where there are remnant bighorn sheep population. And yet that's what they're going to do. And it's difficult in individuals. So that topic is out there. It's going to be interesting to see if some of those thoughts could be passed on to the next governor and the next DNR director. But it'll be a difficult task, and I agree with Gaspar. It could be difficult because the legislature has to approve it. So with that, I'll leave it. Any more questions?
Chris Reese.
I got one. Yes.
Gaspar, thanks for coming out and visiting with us again. The only thing that remains a mystery is after 12 self-admittedly abbreviated slides is how anybody is going to make a case that this is a single subject. It's not going to, how does it pass the title board? How does it pass the courts?
Reference my comment on crayons. I share that sentiment, Chris. I read this and I don't think there is a pathway forward as is currently drafted. That said, I think they will discover the errors of their way in the legislative council process, identify a pathway that is narrow enough to make a reasonable case to the title board for consideration. And I expect some version of this to probably pass the red face test with the title board. Now, what that looks like is anyone's guess. I do expect that it will be rather reminiscent in terms of intent and authority of what the current language reads, but no, I share your sentiment that as is written, it's very, very unlikely to proceed.
Rachel Richards, Aspen County. Very short comment. I just helped fight a series of ballot initiatives in our community. And the one thing I felt was missing from your slide about opposition was the legal work. And once our opponent's ballot measure was set and you have the actual language, we had it legally analyzed, which cost a certain amount, but it found fatal flaws that then became our campaign. And that, you know, rather than just sentiment, it was kind of like, this is going to affect your life in more ways than you think. And just the legal analysis of the actual ballot language, once you get to that point, and in our community, I think both between the two sides, well over $300,000 was spent, maybe four. But it's important to, I didn't think the legal work would be meaningful as much as messaging and communication and focus groups, but the legal work really showed the fatal flaws of the proposal. Thank you.
That is a good point. I wasn't missing not including that. To that point, it is probably the most important piece in this process. You might recall the original language that came out around 127 was intended to establish the nation's first statutory definition of what constituted trophy hunting. We challenged that at the legislative council process and won. The courts determined that it was of such an arbitrary nature and lacking in any operational definitional meaning that it was removed. Now, trophy hunting from a messaging perspective, incredibly powerful. Had we not contested the language at the title board and at the legislative council process, I bet 127 would have passed. It was the removal of trophy hunting from the ballot question itself that gave us the leg up. So you're absolutely right to underscore the importance and the necessity of legal engagement throughout the early stages of the process before it gets to the ballot.
Thanks, Gaspar. Cindy?
Hi, Cindy Dozier Montrose. I have two questions. My first one, and maybe I missed it and you said it, who's behind this initiative, what organizations? And the second one is, does the Legislative Council analyze unintended consequences with regards to these initiatives as part of their process?
To your first question about who's behind it, we can speculate. We don't know yet. The filing was put forward by two individuals, both of whom were students at School of Mines. I would be hard pressed to believe that they are the ones writing this language and have been making the changes. It's been rather sophisticated. They seem to have some legal help, but we don't know yet is the answer on, at least on 98. On 13, we do know, there's a couple of ranchers out of the southeastern Front Range area. Well-intentioned folks just kind of missed on the false front. Remind me of your second question, I'm sorry.
So does the Legislative Council in their process analyze unintended consequences? I feel like that was maybe lost in the whole thing.
Their scope of jurisdiction gives them some leeway to evaluate unintended consequences. You know, it is not their responsibility to write the underlying statutory language or the intent. I mean, there is no prohibition or restriction necessarily on what a citizen's initiative could address. I mean, you could reasonably put forward a prohibition on the consumption of Jack Daniels alone. Like there's no prohibition there. Legislative Council is kind of burdened with the responsibility of ensuring that the statutory language that is proposed in the ballot language will have the effect of the question. So they will evaluate the ballot question itself in concert with the underlying statutory language associated with the ballot question that will have the effect of law. And they are required to ensure that the ballot question is fully encompassing of the intended statutory measure. In so doing, they do give some consideration to unintended consequences, but not really their job to look at unintended consequences in the context of economic impact or, you know, geographical disparities or things of that nature. It's more from a legal policy perspective.
Thanks, Lee. Any other questions?
More of a comment. This actually sounds a lot like the Wildlands project. I don't know if you've heard of that or correlated the bullet points to those two issues, but that's exactly what it sounds like to me. This is the Wildlands project reimagined.
I'm aware of their existence, but I can't speculate as to the similarity. Sorry.
Yeah, I need some more information on that, but that's exactly what it sounds like, is the cooperation zones. And being able to control those with the landowners through easements, things like that. So, I mean, the Wildlands project is a really interesting dynamic to bring back apex predators, things like that, and to lock up land just for those uses. But yeah, it's a definitely an interesting project that it sounds just like it, and I'm sure that's exactly who is behind this, is the Wildlands project.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Steve Erkenbreit from Mesa County. There are a couple of those provisions that are shocking to me, and my question is, when can that be challenged in court? One is your point of they basically are substituting themselves as the legislature in order to create laws. But the other, I used to be the DA in Mesa County. Elected district attorneys don't have the power to issue subpoenas, but they can answer to the people. I'm just a little shy. I am extraordinarily concerned about that. Regardless of the merits of the provision, just to give any agency that kind of authority. At what point do you challenge that?
This is where initiatives get interesting, right? Nothing prohibits the General Assembly from effectively doing illegal things. They just change the law to accommodate it, right? Chris and I have played this game time or two. So in the occasion a ballot measure were to be put forward and passed, that then effectively becomes the new statutory guideline, right? Where you can challenge this is at the legislative council process and at the Title IV hearing process, whereby you can say this is inconsistent with a variety of existing statutory provisions, case law. You can make arguments to the effect of this will functionally be unworkable or, bias in some way. The Title Board and Legislative Council give difference to that type of thinking and argument. They're not bound, they're not playing judge, right? They're effectively playing arbitrators. And so that is the opportunity to have meaningful input on the development of the statutory language itself. This particular initiative, I think you're exactly right. I mean, it might as well be initiative injunction because there'd be the filing of 37 of them following the day it passed.
Thank you, Gaspar. One more question. Go ahead. Okay, thank you, Gaspar. Jeff Collins out of Moffett County. We all see the problem with this. So, done a great job explaining that. What is the true accomplishment here? I mean, does this set some political precedence for something later, or is this actually fix an operational problem in their mind? Where do you think what's the objective of what's out of this initiative?
You're asking me to put myself in a pair of shoes I've never fit too neatly into, but my speculation is that they are of the opinion that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is biased towards consumptive use. And by putting up a standalone commission side by side, they can make the argument that ecosystem health, wildlife protection, and conservation can all be achieved absent hunter harvest. We've seen a variety of these type of efforts come forward in a variety of different forms, and the undercurrent winds are always up that hill. I think in concert with that, they have come to recognize that it has been rather difficult for them to generate revenue for what they perceive to be ecosystem investments, endangered species, species of concern, keystone species. All of these things have historically been both administered by and funded by sportsman dollars. This gives them an opportunity, if it were to pass, to, I think, stand a little bit more independently from CPW and some of that determining value and create a pool where they don't feel like they are beholden to the social sentiments within CPW. And in so doing, making the case as they see it, that this rewilding concept, the mutualism concept, which has grown in prominence over the last decade, is of sound policy and can work. And I think they're looking to demonstrate that through a project here in Colorado where they have a sympathetic hearing. Does that answer your question in any way?
Thanks, Gaspar. As a 47-year-old employee, not at least 47, I'm 90, but 47 years with the I-State Division of Wildlife. I mean, really, a lot of this is about the hunting. They don't want hunting.
Yeah.
They're anti-gun, they're anti-hunting. They think that we're beholden to the landowners. We're beholden just to sportsmen. We're not listening to the general public. I hear it all the time, and if you listen to some of the commission meetings now, when they allow people to get up there, it's about, we shouldn't be killing bobcats, we shouldn't be trapping, we shouldn't be killing mountain lions. We shouldn't be, for sure, ever kill a wolf. So I think this is all, it's been building and building and building, and what they have in the past, and I'm not speaking about this commission, but in previous commissions, like the gas companies, they would come forward and say, we want to have an issue, we want to put forth an issue to stop mountain lion hunting. The CPW has an opportunity to comment, they make a recommendation to the commission. The commission in the past has said, we agree. We're going to hunt. You're not going to eliminate hunting. You're not going to eliminate bobcat. You're not going to eliminate whatever. I mean, that's why we ended up with bear amendment. That's why we ended up with trap amendment. Which I did want to point out, the bear amendment is statutory. It can't be changed by the legislature. Trap amendment is constitutional. It can never be changed unless the people vote on it. But it's this trend that's going that way. And I Gaspar hit the nail on the head. This is about, they don't like the way the wildlife side of the CPW is handling wildlife. That's it.
I might also add too, you don't have to peel back too many layers of the onion to also pick up on the target on production agriculture. They're plaguing throughout. I think they kind of receive all of this under the same vantage point, right? Like most of it is targeted socially at the hunters because that wolf's better than going after production agriculture. But I think if they could take both in one fell swoop, they sure would.
And I agree with that. This is about landowners. This is about the agriculture. So that's why I thought, it's not only just about wildlife, this is about agriculture, it's about farming, this is about, that can change the way a lot can happen. So not saying it's gonna pass, not even saying it's gonna go forward, but I just wanted Gaspar to come out to explain.
The battery might be put in wrong. Use the one Matt's handed to you. We're trying to stop you, Ron.
Anyhow, Nancy said we've got room for another question. So does anybody else?
It's okay, we talked about it's about landowners and so forth. How many of you listened to the last CPW commission and the comments over there? There was a gentleman there that the way to solve this problem is eminent domain of landowners where wolves are at. We just get further and further all the time. It's wild.
I had a quick question though, and I didn't read all three of the initiative language, but one of them, I think it was the 82, one of the earlier ones, talked about water. How much did they target rivers and how they would manage rivers as course as part of their biodiversity?
You're right, both of the previous editions, 52 and 83, I believe 82, both specifically called out water. It is not present in 98. That said, it is every much as present, just not specified. They still grant themselves the broad authority to interpret things like rivers by way of keystone species, in this case, fish. So yeah, it has not been restricted or removed. It was more cleverly addressed.
Thank you, Gaspar.
So you see that all our committees all end up together on these kind of initiatives. My last question is, do you see any possibility that they're not ready for a ballot initiative this year, to go those statutorily? Have you anything like that?
A lot of times that's what happens. They'll test the waters, ballot proposal, see how much traction they can get, raise awareness about it, gets a lot of free press, and then on occasion they will pivot to a straight legislative approach. I like our odds a lot better at the legislature than I do at the ballot. The demographic is far more favorable to us, and we've got some strong Western Slope representatives and leadership positions at the Capitol that have truly been a saving grace for us over the last 5-6 years.
In fact, it was just the opposite with 127. They had gone to the commission and asked to shut down mountain lion hunting on 3 different occasions. On 3 different occasions, the commission said no. So that's when they went to the ballot.
You make a good point, Ron, and it's probably worth addressing. And I touched on this a little bit under the auspice of talking about wildlife decisions historically being made within the context of the Wildlife Commission. These groups have started to recognize, and this is true at Department of Agriculture, CPW, and elsewhere, where they don't get the answer they like by going directly to the agency with the authority to address the issue. They have historically been pivoted to the legislature. We've done a pretty good job at the legislature representing these interests over the last 7-8 years. And they've taken stock of the fact that they can't beat us. And as a result, they pivoted yet again to the ballot. It's been an evolution. And the downside for us is that it's a larger arena, requires defense on more fronts, it's more expensive, and we got to be a little bit more attentive than we have historically been provided with just focusing on mission activity. The landscape has changed.
Thank you, Gaspar. I appreciate it. We appreciate it all.
And Tom, online, we will make sure to get you connected with Gaspar so you can ask your question to him directly too.
And just to connect a couple more dots, I think most of the people in the room know that as he's mentioned, as Gaspar mentioned, some of the work we've done in the Wolf Coalition at Club 20 Merit. I think he specifically has been embedded in that effort. And we now participate in weekly calls. And that's kind of what it takes to be up on top of the issue. It's kind of like whack-a-mole. We see a new point of view and it's like, okay, now we need to go tackle this. And this one just is so broad that it's like, how is it gonna hit us next? But I think one of the things that I hear at the coalition meetings, and this doesn't get discussed as much, because it's an anti-hunting, very large part of their agenda. And it's alarming, and so Club 20 is perfect for us to keep talking. So I just wanted to thank you for all your participation at those meetings, because Gaspar had great input. Merritt does a great input. Brittany helps do a lot. She went out to the meetings that they hosted in Fruita. It takes a lot of membership. And again, that's where our attention has been so fractured on so many meetings. Hallie's another one that goes to all those meetings. Jackson, your Club 20 committees are very active right now. Never seen it quite so active. And with that, we're done with that. But Gaspar, thank you so much.
Very welcome.
The last thing that we have, which we can really wrap up pretty quickly. One of the things we're trying to do in the Ag Committee is do guiding principles. And what happened last time, we actually passed at this committee level we did, and that was when we passed it. It's not, guys. It passed committee last March.
Past committee last March, then at spring.
Okay, so when it went to spring conference, it was very confusing because they saw the totally ended red mark one with changes in it, and so they sent it back to committee. I don't know if they have issues. It was very difficult to track all the red lining, the discussion that went behind it. And it wasn't even the final one because T-Wright had some issues and it wasn't even in the one presented. So we don't need to discuss it unless you have questions. But I think it begs the question, one more thing, is we're going to do 2 principles in ag sustainability. Generally, what we say in ag is we're going to disappear due to the death of 1,000 cuts. So how do you begin to have a resolution of all the cuts? So we're trying to talk generally. The other piece of it, we were going to have an economic sustainability and start talking about all the things that we're getting in the legislature. It's costing us money that reduces the profitability of agriculture. As I was ready to prepare a committee work on that, I'm postponing it because it's the same thing that a CMU professor, Nate Perry, is doing a whole report on ag in economics. And he's supposed to have that done in September-ish, I think, but he is more than willing to work on that. The other thing that I thought I should just briefly mention to everyone, some people here are, well, we're on exec, so we know some of the other things that are happening. But we are energizing a foundation. I was thinking that Michael might be here, but I might just ask Brittany to explain that, because we have, one of the things I had to do when I wrote the Ag Sustainability on Guiding Principles, I had a white paper. So to define why it's an issue, I had the economics for every single county in the Western Slope and looked at the ag census numbers so that we could support anything staff would need to say with data. So that white paper isn't here today. We talked about it last time. But we now, with the foundation, will have a new website and the capability to load it with the data that you need on some of these issues. Even that last one, because you can't fight it with just opinions. You actually need data at certain points. So do you want to give us just a quick foundation update? But I will go ahead and finish this, but finish up with where we're going with the foundation.
Nancy, before we go to the foundation, can we open the sustainability question, or you can next?
Okay. So yes, good question.
So we get to it.
No, now I just was saying, there's a white paper goes.
Yes. But what's missing? And Rachel printed this out.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that we have a number of principles, all very good. No mention of water anywhere. Okay. Our ag sustainability guidance.
I gave Brittany some potential language for us to look at.
Yeah. And so this got brought forward to address back, Chris, and the language would be as follows. We did copy it up there, but Club 20 acknowledges that a reliable, adequate, and sustainable water supply is crucial to successful ag operations across the West Slope of Colorado.
Make a motion to amend the resolution to include that. It doesn't have to be at the end. You could put it in the middle if you'd like to, but anyway, we do mention clean water in the the earlier lead in, but I think it's important to have it in the now therefore be it resolves. Thank you.
And the lead in that she's talking about is the third whereas on that page.
And I might add, we had 6 that we merged into this one. The next one was going to talk more about water and also merit. At the last meeting, we passed the joint resolution on water and ag. And we said we would write a specific resolution on irrigation, water, and ag, just a whole standalone resolution, because that's very important, but a lot of details that goes into that.
Point of order.
Shouldn't we have a motion to adopt this being a new resolution before we go into all these amendments? We already have that. We already have that.
It's not been adopted by the board. All we do is give recommendations. So as far as I'm concerned, since it wasn't clear enough for them to vote on before, we can keep editing it until it's more perfect, and then we'll go to the next fall meeting, so amend away.
Yeah, so after we do all of the edits and everything for this, it will become an adopt, not an amend, because it's a completely new resolution technically.
So what are you changing, Merritt?
I'm actually really good with the change that we've got on here. Just was making sure that we're doing the correct point of order procedure. I'm good with this change, adding water in here. So I don't have any necessarily change.
Rachel always looks hotter. Anything else? Bonnie?
Sorry, this is just a lot to absorb, all of a sudden, just seeing this again, but to me, it strikes me that the, what was just added as amendment might, be better as a whereas. To me, Club 20 acknowledges, it seems kind of awkward. I think I think it might fit better higher up as a whereas, or, reliable, sustainable water source. Maybe that's just my opinion, but I thought I'd mention that.
What if we changed it to a Club 20 believes, because that goes along with some of the other statements within there.
I think believes works better than acknowledge.
Advocates.
Advocates for.
For me, if there's a larger water resolution in the future, I think that's great, but at least this will be on the books for now. And it just merges in with all the other principles that are there. Thank you.
Good comment.
And then get rid of it's crucial. Maybe make is as. And then I think it works. Okay, as. No, as. Turn is into as. So is it? No.
Okay, Club 20 advocate for a reliable, adequate, and sustainable water supply. That is, no, advocate for, that's why I think. That's why I think believes might be better suited for it. Because technically we use these statements to advocate for.
Or believe instead of advocate is acceptable to me.
That. And then back to this crucial.
I think and I think it's legit to have it in more than one place because water's critical for ag. And it does belong in this one, and maybe we don't need to put it in the next. Cindy. I don't know if maybe you already did this, but the third whereas. Has it been strengthened with additional language such as is in the therefore? The part that says, and water, including protected water rights. Something of the vital nature of consistent water availability, something like that. I'm just wondering what you all think about strengthening that. I think water is a really crucial piece here, and what we're hearing on attacks on ag water, I think it wouldn't be necessarily bad to strengthen that for us. So.
Is that what?
Yeah, jump down to what you just amended at the bottom and see if there's a way to make the two agree. We already have including protected water rights, maybe sustainable water supply needs to be in the whereas also. That might be my thought. Protected water rights, sustainable supply, consistent, just words like that. I don't care about the exact words. I just think we need to be protecting agricultural waters. Chris, I'm gonna pick on you. 226 conversation. and water rights in Colorado. Is it strong enough? I mean, we might have to go fight straight to DC to keep water law as we've got it strong.
Given that the purpose of our resolutions and our guiding principles are principally direction to staff, statement of beliefs. You know, I have a hard time spending too much energy on the whereas. Staff has told me it's all about the now therefore be it resolved. That's where our position is. That's where our statement of beliefs are. So I think I don't have any problem with any of the suggestions of the suggested language. I think that the addition in the now there are guiding principles, final bullet as it currently stands, and I think is where the importance is. And I think it's there, so having it in the whereas as well, I don't think it's inconsistent with any of the whereases that already exist. So I'm not.
And we have to keep in mind, there's a whole water committee that has very powerful ones, but it's just the connectivity of ag water that Merritt brought up at the board meeting that I work on all the time. That to me, it should be somewhere sustainable.
Bonnie.
I just keep coming back to this as much as I love ag. This is the second, therefore be it resolved. Club 20 defends profitable Colorado agriculture as the only permanent way. In my mind, I keep saying is the best permanent way. And the only permanent way, I think works best.
And before Merritt brings it up, there's permanently in there twice.
Best.
Yeah.
Is the best way to permanent. Sure. Who made the motion?
The motion was Rachel, second was Chris.
Is that a friendliness?
All the other amendments.
Yeah, both of you are agreeable. Perfect.
Is there any more input on this resolution, or we'll bring it to a vote? Audit, anything hits you? Okay, Matt.
Matt Schuster, Colorado. That last little bullet, instead of saying is the best way, you should play the game and say it's the most environmental way to permanently preserve open space.
And
No, I'll just say the most environmental way. I would open that can of worms.
Didn't you hear Gasper say they're trying to get rid of production ag?
a little bit behind in doing my homework here, but I'm going back to that third whereas and the way that it currently reads. If I read it out loud, does this make sense? Our agriculture lands rely on a vibrant, thriving environment of healthy soil and water, including protected water rights. As Reese noted, are we talking healthy water? I struggle with pulling the water rights into that. It just seems awkward to me. If it does anybody else, they're okay. I don't know what to do with it. Awkward.
Maren.
I agree with Callie. I read that and thought the same thing. And here's an idea. Healthy soil and
watersheds.
Sustainable water sources.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I like that.
Which includes protecting water rights.
Water
supply. Which includes protecting agricultural water rights.
I think the important thing is we have a very strong water law in the state of Colorado that the other states don't have. So keeping the water rights in there, I think is important. And they always want to, believe it or not, they think we don't do healthy water because we reuse it sometimes, multiple times. So it's like, devil's in the detail. I like the way we've changed.
Are we through with merits? Comments?
Sustainable water supply.
Absolutely. My question is if we wanted to include, but I think we're discussing it already, but include protected agricultural water rights. Okay, so put in agricultural, protected agriculture. Yeah.
Use 90% of the water, they kind of look at us a lot for future source. No, it depends.
And we only divert from refusal. Mr. Zapata, we don't. Yeah,
Manage.
Okay.
And
I like this, stop.
I agree.
No, I need to go back to next comment, so you guys
Oh,
finish this
okay.
discussion.
Okay, we're on, oh, Rachel, was this on this one?
No. it's-
Okay, then Bonnie first, and then.
So could you scroll back up to Matt's comment?
Down.
Yeah, I think that maybe needs to read, the best environmentally beneficial. And, instead of just environment.
So right here. Right here, okay.
Thank you.
Environmentally beneficial. It is as, yeah, it's crossed out, it's hard to see, but it is.
If it's okay with the group, on the very last bullet we just added, which started all this, I'm sorry. You know, let's drop, would the group want to drop the word West Slope of Colorado and just say crucial to successful ag operations across Colorado? In consideration to our Front Range ag, and then we're not just thinking about ourselves, we all share the water. You know, maybe that was unnecessary minimization, but we could leave West Slope. I leave that for the group, but we respect Robert and our Front Range growers. I thought maybe we should just make it all.
I think that's a valid change because we do. There are times where we do advocate on rural Colorado as a whole instead of just western Colorado. So I do think across Colorado would cover us because we could apply that specifically to the west.
Go ahead,
I like where we're going with this, but let's just say all of Colorado. So it just gives it a little more street.
Across all
The conversation at the last meeting was fine and dry. And if you go into the Colorado Water Plan, it talks about fine and dry irrigated water. So we're trying to make a point how important it is to the Westerns. I think I'm gonna just call for the question.
But first, can we just make sure that everything's agreeable to our motion and our seconders?
I think probably question.
If we could scroll back up to now Matt and Bonnie's, there we go. Do we want preserve open space? You know, usually we're a little sensitive to that. Sometimes we say conserve instead of preserve. Want it there this time?
No.
It doesn't make sense. I don't change over.
Preserve. Seems like maybe moderated to all that needs.
It does kind of, just noting how
Preservation versus conservation. Yeah.
Preserving agriculture.
Okay, on that note, I'm sure that our staff can navigate this question if it comes up. So, all in favor of the motion? You're not?
Well, I just, on that last one, it's become down known as the Schuler Amendment. If you
And he
can
wants to make
actually
sure it
read
hits.
it, it doesn't make any sense. Best environmentally beneficial, that doesn't make any sense in terms of just pure grammar. Let's face it.
Club 20 defends profitable Colorado agriculture as the best environmentally beneficial way to preserve.
As the most. As the most.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would argue that that's it.
Well, you can say and environmentally beneficial way and not make it most.
I didn't say that. I said as the environmental way permanently preserve open space.
Yeah, but then you have to prove.
And lots of things happened in that time.
I'm the only editor in the room.
So we got agriculture. Yeah, make it simpler as an environmentally beneficial way, just the word and.
Way's already connected. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. All in favor of the motion that has been readily amended many times. Indicate by saying aye. All opposed?
Don't do that to us, Merritt.
And if he abstains, we won't get through the board. They'll think he's right. So do you agree with it?
It's a Schuler Amendment.
Mara, we'll work on it before board together and you can suggest changes then. And you guys all heard it here and now that it is gonna be vetted beforehand. So when that comes up at board, we can pass it through nice and smoothly.
Okay.
Finish with our agenda, but if you would just connect the dots to the foundation work that's gonna help where we can put data. Like if you
I can only speak to my interpretation. I haven't been a part of these conversations. So if there's somebody else that would like to speak to it, by all means. But how we've traditionally been able to use these white papers, gentlemen over there. The way that we will be able to use the Education and Research Foundation in conjunction to Club 20 as our home base is going to be in an informative way only. So what that will look like is the Education and Research Foundation will be able to create white papers such as those that Nancy had mentioned. We're going to be doing, from what I understand, one on energy and one on watersheds as a whole. And with those, we will be able to educate. We have to be sure to make sure that we are keeping the two entities separate and doing our due diligence in making sure that the 501c6 versus the 501c3 statuses are in line and that we're compliant with all of those. But we will be able to use it as an educational way to get more information out there, and then that can then strengthen our advocacy as a whole as well. Basically providing more background and information that we can then put into our resolutions that says, for more information on this specific issue that we're talking about, please look at Education and Research Foundation white paper copied here, or you can find it here, whatever that might look like. It's allowing for more background information and more studies to be used as another resource for Club 20 to get educational information out there to folks.
No. When do you see a press release on the revitalization of the foundation or the whatever, when do you see that where the public will become educated about Club 20 and this other foundation and their role?
So that would be in the purview of the Research Foundation itself. It wouldn't be coming from us necessarily until there is information. We'll need to work together on it. I'm gonna be now, I'm getting the emails and information on the Research Foundation. Previously, I was not privy to the information. So now we're working on how we can make sure that everything's coming together and we are able to keep Club 20 as the mothership, in charge of all of it, with using the Research Foundation as our background funder and education piece.
I just think the public's gonna be confused.
Yeah.
And I would love clarity.
Well, I think there's not clarity because there's only been 2 organizational meetings of the group so far. So until you're finished having that fleshed out, you might explain the appointees, the members. I mean, it was a foundation that was created many, many years ago. And so some of the people are no longer even members. So the news, can you answer that, or does Jeff need to answer that? Yeah.
Well, I think the key take-home point is the foundation is a separate legal entity than Club 20.
Yes.
They'll be doing their own fundraising separate than Club 20 with the sole purpose of providing factual information and white papers on the policies that affect Colorado, most of which Club 20 is going to be glamping onto. We early have spoken about energy topics as one of the first sets of data that's going to come out. And the focus is not to repeat stuff that's already out there. It's to be a relevant source of new information for folks. And so the last couple of discussions that members of the foundation have had is that rather than doing the second white paper on water, which was originally talked about, that we might gain more relevance and significance in information if we focused on impacts of recreation to the state of Colorado rather than something that's been as well studied as water. And so it's a new thought. We're just kind of running back and forth, but I think the take home point is it's a separate standalone entity that can actually be as a information source, fact-based source for other organizations.
Right now, when they want to know about ag, they tell you to go look at the census. That is no way to define ag and how we intersect with fire, with wildfire, or anything else. So that all remains up in flux. You can't announce something until it kind of exists. So far, right now, the chair is
Kathy Hall. Also serving on the board is Bonnie Peterson, Nancy Fishering, Jasper Welch, and Jeff Comstock. I don't know if I've missed other folks on there. Okay.
Wade Hirely is actually the acting manager for us. He's volunteering his time. And Ryan Zorn.
Ryan Zorn was a recent appointment.
He's an attorney and his expertise is energy.
Is there anyone currently in budget?
We have a separate fund that, if you'll know from our spring conference, we do the heads or tails or some sort of 50-50 raffle. That money always goes into our Education and Research Foundation. So it's been slowly gaining traction. We also 3 years ago now, I think, we got a donation from Scott Tipton's campaign. So that money went strictly to the Education and Research Foundation as well, but they are also looking at grant funding and other ways to bring in other revenue.
Yeah, there's no way the existing budget would fund the research necessary to do white papers, and so that is happening on a whole separate level. The amount that's there right now that's been raised through the Club 20 organization the intent is to not touch that, and we have their only to operate off of newly raised.
And for reference, it's approximately $15,000.
And with CMU, we're also partnering with our
different
educational institutions on the west. So.
And with that, we are finished for the day, but please come and join us at Snow Bowl. We do have 5 lanes that are reserved for us, but if some of you guys joined us in Walden, we're not buying your bowling game or shoes yourself, but there are 5 reserved lanes. So you'll just go up and tell them you are with Club 20, get a group together, and then bowl. They have a big menu and everything. We won't be providing food. It's very informal. It's just getting us all together. But there is food and drink there, and the menu looks spectacular.